started wolfing on the net, then he got stripped. Where was his strap at? 150 in a trash bag, time to shake him up. We tip the strippers, we strip the strippers. It's the mob, bitch, we killers. Beat it up, yeah, Thriller, Manila. Mix and bling, don't leave out the chinchillas. Double R, Rolls Royce down, you niggas know the deal with me. I'm a boss, never get robbed, niggas could only steal from me. But that's some 12-year-olds come out and drill from me. Think about it, do you want these problems literally? The Grim Reaper out and he don't show no sympathy. John Gotti car, mops in the yard, shoot for me. Nigga, I'm the Don in my city. Who is you and yours? Grab the beef packet and make top Roman noodles with it. If you ain't tryna get no money, who you do it for? John Gotti car, mops in the yard, shoot for me. Nigga, I'm the Don in my city. Who is you and yours? Grab the beef packet and make top Roman noodles with it. If you ain't tryna get no money, who you do it for? See a op in the traffic, hit him up. Nigga, Tupac, the crime report in ballistics say he died from 2 blocks. I know he ran his mouth, but did you have to knock his shoes off? 40 with a dick, let it squeeze, it got blue balls. Heavy trippy red if he playing with my blue 166 shots, another 6 at Jimmy Neutron. I'm a demon time, don't you ever get too big-headed. Beef on a plate, shrimp, lobster, steak, eat with me. Instead you worry about always trying to compete with me. Swimming with the fishes like he trying to find Nemo. A shark in the water, a great right, he's seafood. Dumbass spent his whole life trying to be Debo. 100 shells, drop, cock, back, mops, and reload. That Black Lives Matter shit is so 2003, bro. John Gotti car, mops in the yard, shoot for me. Nigga, I'm the Don in my city. Who is you and yours? Grab the beef packet and make top Roman noodles with it. If you ain't tryna get no money, who you do it for? John Gotti car, mops in the yard, shoot for me. Nigga, I'm the Don in my city. Who is you and yours? Grab the beef packet and make top Roman noodles with it. If you ain't tryna get no money, who you do it for? Nigga, John Gotti car, mops in the yard, shoot for me. Nigga, I'm the Don in my city. Who is you and yours? Grab a beef packet and make top Roman noodles with it. John Gotti car, mops in the yard, shoot for me. If you ain't tryna get no money, who you do it for? I be doing shit these niggas wouldn't understand. Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when I ran through 200 bands? Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when they was trying to get a chair? Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when Walton wasn't playing fair? Yeah, stop playing with that man. Stop. Yeah, stop playing with that man. Stop it. Nigga, stop playing with that man. Shit, nigga. Stop playing with that man. Shit, nigga. Yeah, stop playing with that man. Nigga, we ain't playing around. Karate chop, nigga, that's gonna lay him down. I got it from my sensei. A Ku Klux, so I bought me 10Ks. My shooter got me, I made sure his rent paid. A grimy nigga, but he don't wear 10K. He wears a Vinci, he don't even fit J's. A sharpshooter, you should see him switchblade. I be doing shit these niggas wouldn't understand. Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when I ran through 200 bands? Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when they was trying to get a chair? Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when Walton wasn't playing fair? Yeah, stop playing with that man. Stop. Yeah, stop playing with that man. Stop it. Nigga, stop playing with that man. Shit, nigga. Stop playing with that man. Shit, nigga. Yeah, stop playing with that man. Add me on Twitter, that's gonna get you in the jam. Stop playing with that man. 2 to 3 shells and knock a nigga out his frame. Stop playing with that man. Ever been indicted, I ain't see you in that jam. Yeah, stop playing with that man. Niggas acting like fans. Some shit I never understand. But you gangster or not, that's for Instagram, you don't hang on the block. This a hunt Diddy, I don't hang with no stops. You a brand lover, bitch, you bang with the ops. You like felons, cause I came with a lot. A tough cookie put his brains in a knot. How much I pay for these chains, it's a lot. Stop talking money if you really don't got it. I be doing shit these niggas wouldn't understand. Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when I ran through 200 bands? Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when they was trying to get a chair? Stop playing with that man. Where was niggas at when one wasn't playing fair? Yeah, stop playing with that man. Stop, stop, yeah, stop playing with that man. Stop it, nigga, stop playing with that man. Shit, nigga, stop playing with that man. Shit, nigga, yeah, stop playing with that man. Stop playing with that man. Nigga, I already know what the deal is, nigga. Yeah, I should already know by now. Don't play with him. We're not the ones to play with. What is money? Don't make us throw it up in the air and walk away. Put a price on your head on a sticky pad. Stop playing. Stop playing with that man. She can get real freaky. How about Pippi Long and Dashiki? Where you at in the address, they'll meet you. We ain't going back and forth and fake beefing. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Shit, nigga. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Like, why you even hanging with them for? Oh, that's your cousin, I put his brains on the floor. They don't never throw no money at the club. All they do is see you and speak me up. Like, what's with all the dick riding, bro? He's a nobody, I sent his ass to the stove. Deep on shit, what you got up on my 40? I like FNs, Dracos, 9s, and Lil 40. I sent LJ and MJ outside the garage, you know. Give us front row tickets right now before we extort you. Better listen when I speak right now, who getting money? They'll slide up on your block right now, I'm not important. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Shit, nigga. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Fake tough, you must be off a pill, bro. My shooter with me ain't always in kill mode. Thanks to Rami, I'm always in chill mode. Don't think about it, nigga, I'll kill something. Don't make me go up in the go yard steel package. Did him like SpongeBob, I kill Patrick. I make niggas give real good captions and double back on the candlelight and get it cracking. Get the slap, who put $10,000 on my head, niggas capping. Niggas rappers, niggas actors, niggas bitches, niggas faggots. When his body hit the ground, get his jacket. The op lover died too, it was tragic. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Shit, nigga. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Man, we don't do ops. We don't do niggas who hang with them, associate with them. Nigga, we gon' fuck about none of that, nigga. Yeah, we gon' put you in this casket too. Shit, we gon' get this nigga a 6-man casket. Yeah, hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Nigga, hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Yeah, yeah. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke.
We yapping these still. You getting cooked in front of your family? like a Japanese meal. It's Yashoop the Hibachi, and none of you niggas can stop me, but can't help but watch me. We back again. We gonna make this a marathon. You understand? So, or Juvia, you understand? So we back, and tonight we're gonna be dealing with the actual clip. Like I said, I watched the entire clip on my commute home yesterday, and we touched on it bits and pieces, and did a show about the pseudo Khazar twins, the G2A twins, the ones that actually have male ancestral lineages that stretch back to the kingdom of Khazaria. They made some statements, so we addressed them yesterday. Today, we're going to deal with the Dr. ERAN ELHAIK interview in its entirety. And many Black Hebrew Israelites love quoting this man because of the Khazarian theory, which has been debunked so many times. Not even debunked, refuted so many times. There's just no evidence of the modern Israeli peoples all coming from the Khazarian, the common era kingdom of Khazaria. There's no evidence, and we even have the royal burials from Khazar, which does not match with J1P58 and E1B1B, nor T1A, which are the staples when it comes to human remains, skeletal remains in the Bronze Age, or during the time or around the time, the formidable periods of the Israelites. So, with that being stated, we're gonna get into the video. Anybody can join tonight. But just know we're trying to watch this video, so don't get too rowdy, don't get too excited. I'm putting this link in here in the early, but we're gonna watch this video and just go over a few things he said. This is not really too hard of a video to parse. It's only like I think an hour long, and I'll give my critiques here and there. Before I actually do touch on the video, and I want to CYA, you understand? CYA real quick before we get started. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So we're going to be teaching, scholarship, research. That's our forte. We're going to be giving our critiques and commentary on what was actually stated. In the video that you guys are about to see, like I said, a lot of hype behind this video and what was said. People were thinking that that ELHAIK is selling a DNA test that can connect them to actual tribes of Israel, and that's not the case. If you actually go to the website, I showed the website yesterday what he's actually doing is referencing your DNA to the skeletal remains in the land of Israel. And what's funny about that, the people that reference well with those people are modern day Jews. So I'm pretty sure I've already showed you guys my result. I am African American and I got 0% Israelite according to ELHAIK's DNA company, right? So I don't know where that hype came from. We already talked about the misappropriation or misuse of ELHAIK statements on Y chromosome DNA. You do understand all of the material on Y chromosome DNA is pretty much ubiquitous. You're not going to find real geneticists that tell you that Y chromosome DNA doesn't trace you back to a male common ancestor of everyone else that has the same haplogroup as you. But for some reason, these pseudos known as Yacoba and whatever the Khazar twin name is, I can't think of his name. For some reason, I'm not gonna say for some reason because it's not really a mystery. It's not something that's hidden and that's hidden in in some kind of coffin text somewhere. It's clear they found out they were G2A, and they're less than 1% of the African. They represent less than 1% of the African American gene pool, and their ancestry most likely goes back to a European immigrant. Therefore, they don't like the science because the science they don't like the DNA that's in their bodies, and the science unveils what the DNA what story the DNA is telling you, what that Y chromosome is telling you. And the only way you can get Y chromosome passed down to you, transmitted to you, is through the act of sex, because our sex cells, our sperm carries a copy of our DNA. All your cells do, but your sex cells is what's transmitting that DNA to your offspring. So if you are a male, you are the product of your father's sperm, and your father's sperm is what gave you the Y chromosome that you have. This is how you know you can trace the Y chromosome back to your arch forefather, right? That produced everyone who had the G2A4 in their case. Um, and everyone in my case that was produced by a man that had the first mutation, EU290, or the SNP EU290. That's how we trace that. Let my brother the Savant from the Levant in the building. What's going on?
Hey, shalom, shalom. I was just hearing what you said about Teo, and that's absolutely correct. It's kind of painfully obvious that the reason they disagree with haplogroups is because they didn't get the haplogroup they assumed they were going to get. So it's just insanely obvious. And by the way, when you're ready, I'm actually going to play a clip, because Teo and them seem to act like we don't understand DNA, that we're getting DNA wrong on the fact that one, most African Americans carry E1B1A, and two, that haplogroups, particularly Y-DNA haplogroups, are used to trace father to son ancestry. He's saying that, that's wrong, what we're saying. But I have a clip that I want to show you of somebody saying the exact same thing that we say on their team. So whenever you're ready, I'll get the clip and tell you when to start.
Load that up. Load that up. The people need to see that. Let's go ahead and load that up.
Yeah, because literally this person who's on their side literally says the same thing we say. So if we're wrong, then they're wrong too. So let me get this.
I mean, when it comes to Y chromosome transmission, that is standard in genetics. We're not fringe on that. That's majority, of, if not all sign. ERAN ELHAIK would tell you that Y chromosome transmission works that way. Doesn't work no other way. You get it from your father. You get your Y chromosome from your father, and he got his from his father, and then he got his from his father, all the way back to the arch father that first got the mutation. That's standard science. I have books on this. There's plenty of books out there. You can go to. You don't even have to buy them. Just go to your local library and read them for free. Like, this is insane at this point. Go ahead, brother.
I put the link in the side chat, and I want you to start at really the whole video. The whole video is kind of actually just start at the. Hold on, give me a second. Let me mute myself.
No. 7 minutes. We can play it. Just tell me when to stop, and make sure.
Okay,
yeah, commentary and whatnot. As we go through this.
Also, copyright.
Yeah, we cover that. We covered. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Read this earlier, but just read it again just to reinforce this. Recapitulation is good. So, Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses, such as criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And our forte is teaching, scholarship, and research. And tonight we will be giving our critiques and commentary, right? So we are well within our right to review the video, the material that we're reviewing tonight under the Fair Use Act.
I just want to reiterate the reason we're playing this video is because, again, Teo is saying that we don't understand DNA. Two of the things that Teo keeps denying and keeps saying that we don't understand is one, that most African Americans are E1B1A. They say that we're wrong about that. And two, they say that haplogroups, Y-DNA haplogroups, are not used for tracing father to son ancestry. And we're going to play this clip of Benaiah Israel literally saying what we say. So let's get started.
Also, before we play this, brother, I want to say that Yacoba, his Khazarian twin, I can't think of his name right now, tell you, those guys are disagreeing with majority of the field of science, and this is not theoretical science. This is empirical science, because if you're male, you have sperm, and that's how you transmit your DNA to your offspring. When you transmit your DNA to your offspring, you and a woman get together and have sex and create a baby. She's impregnated with your seed. That Y, if it's a male, the male gets a Y chromosome from the father and the X chromosome, empty DNA from the mother. That's how we know this can be used to trace your paternal and maternal lineages. This shit is not hard. This is not calculus, right? We're not asking you guys to figure out the factorial of some kind of crazy equation, a number or something like that. We're not asking you to be actuaries here. This is not hard stuff, right? You come from a male. That male had sperm. That sperm carried the Y chromosome that you carry, right? We only have 2 sex chromosomes, right? Our Y and our X, right? So where do you get that from? You get the Y from your father. You get the mtDNA from your mother. Therefore, you can use these things to trace paternal and maternal lineages. Those guys have G2A4. G2A4. That's what they have. They got that from a man that had G2A4, that SNP, which is on the Y chromosome. The only way you can get that SNP, which is G2A4, has been found in the Stone Age of Europe, right? Amongst European hunter-gatherers. The only way you could get that, inherit that, is through the act of sex, through descent, through men having sex with women, impregnating them, creating a son, and then rinse, wash, and repeat until you get to the modern era. They're trying to confuse their audience, man. This is very simple. This is not hard stuff. All right, brother, I'm gonna play your video.
And by the way, this video is 5 years old, so plenty of time, has passed since this video came out of Benaiah even agreeing with what we said. Go ahead.
Black history. What do you know about Black history? Well, most African Americans know that they are the descendants of slaves, that their forefathers were scattered around the world, and that they are the descendants of an oppressed people. However, most African Americans don't know their history beyond slavery. This gap in history is due to the many barriers that stand between African Americans and the truth. This documentary will remove those barriers and reconnect so-called African Americans with their true history. An interesting fact about African Americans today is that African American males belong to one family group, one bloodline, often called E1B1A or E3A. This means that African American males belong to one family group. Roughly 85% of African American males with African ancestry on their father's side are E1B1A.
Pause right there. Is that not what we say to you? Is that not what we always say? African Americans, about 60%, from what I've read, it's 60%, but Benai is saying 85% of African American males, again, father's side, this is Benai's presentation, are E1B1A. So is Benaiah wrong? Will you say that Benaiah is wrong about saying this? Or do you just want to get a YAP game because you have some type of pet peeve against us? Anyways, is there anything y'all want to add before we play the video?
Nope, it speaks for itself.
All right, you can play.
An interesting fact emerges when we take a look at the different DNA groups in Africa today. Now, Africa is composed of different types of DNA group, each shown using different colors on this map. Now, E1B1A or E3A is shown on the map in green. We were told that slavery was random. Now,
I'm
to
sorry,
put
can you go
that to the
back a little
test,
bit? I
let's
just want to
use
look
a
at that
jar
map.
of James map. Now, E1B1A
Can you pause
or
right there?
E3A.
So what Benai is saying is exactly what Yap Gang has always said. Most West and Central African peoples, most peoples that we all descend from, would be E1B1A carriers. And as you can see on the chart that Benaya has of all the haplogroups in Africa and of the haplogroups specifically in West Central Africa, you do not see haplogroup G. There's no G in sight. There's only E1B1A. So Teo, if you say that the land of Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa, Jerusalem's in Ethiopia, and Israel is in West Africa, well, your forefathers, which would have carried haplogroup G, are nowhere in sight. You're not an Israelite, Teo, if you go with the idea that the land of Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa, because your forefathers were not there. They're in the Caucasus or somewhere in the Mediterranean. But yeah, Manaya is saying what we've always said. West Central Africans are E1B1A carriers. You can go ahead.
A is shown on the map in green. We were told that slavery was random. Now, to put that to the test, let's use a jar of jelly beans, for example. Let's say each different colored jelly bean in this jar represents a different DNA group in Africa. Now, a random act of slavery could be represented by simply sticking one's hand in this jar and grabbing a handful of jelly beans. We would expect to have an assortment of jelly beans similar to the one shown on the screen now. However, we find a different pattern emerge, an unexpected pattern. We find that one DNA group, one jelly bean, was associated with the transatlantic slave trade. And you guessed it, it's E1B1A. Let's review the genetic makeup of so-called African American males today. Here's a rundown. Roughly 60% of African American males identify as E1B1A. Now, that's an estimate. Some may say that number's too high, but actually, in fact, that number's too low. And here's why. If you take a look at the next two data sets on the screen, R1b and I, these two groups are European DNA groups. Now, due to the high amount of rape that occurred during slavery between slave owners and their slaves, we see an infusion of European DNA into the African American genome.
Pause.
This causes.
So this is what Yap Gang has been saying for a while. The reason why some African Americans have these European or Eurasian haplogroups, one, it could be because of rape, but two, it can also be because of genuine love between two different ethnic groups. We try to emphasize that it doesn't always have to be rape, but we do know raping did happen in the slave trade, or I mean during slavery. And we say that the G marker likely entered because of a Eurasian male getting with an African woman. And as you can see on Benaya's chart, because this is his presentation, about 60% of African Americans are E1B1A. Everything else would be European markers. That includes G. He doesn't even have G on this chart, which is interesting. But that's because only 1% of African Americans have haplogroup G. It's very minuscule. By the way, this video is 5 years old, by the way. Came out five years ago. And you can go ahead.
The E1B1A DNA averages to appear lower than they actually are. DNA studies around the world confirm these results. And in fact, excerpts from 3 of those studies are shown on the screen. The excerpt located at the top of the screen tells us that African Americans, along with West Africans, are closely related, that we share a common ancestor that walked the earth during the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The second excerpt tells us that African Americans are roughly 78.1% West African and 18.5% European. Now, it goes on to say that this intermixture is due to the intercourse between West African females and European males. What does it all mean? Well, it means that African Americans are closely related. It means that if you took a DNA test with, for example, Ancestry.com, you would get a map back similar to the one shown on the top right. Now notice the results of the Ancestry DNA matches E1B1A locations. The map
Pause.
at the bottom shows the concentrations of.
So y'all can see the maps. The top right map is ancestry.com. I think that's Benaya's results, and that's dealing with the autosomal DNA. But the other two maps, the one on the left and the one on the bottom, is the distribution of haplogroup E1B1A. And one thing you do see is a overlap between autosomally E1B1A and West Central African DNA. So there's a correlation between autosomally E1B1A and West Central Africans. But the only reason some African Americans would have West Central African autosomal DNA but have a European haplogroup is simply due to admixture, particularly from the female's lineage. But I'll let it keep playing.
Of E1B1A groups in Africa. The high concentrations are near the Slave Coast, Senegambia, and South Africa. E1B1A groups in Africa today are composed of many different tribes. Thankfully, due to DNA research, we now know the names of those tribes. For example, the Bantu, Benin, the Cameroon, the Cross River, Nigeria, Ghana, the Igbo tribe, the Hutu tribe, the Sanghalese, the Tutsi,
Please
the
pause
Wolof,
again.
the Yoruba, the Host.
So all the groups that he's naming, all these West Central African groups, these are the very peoples that we typically say are of Israelite descent. Igbos, Yoruba, Mandinka, etc. All these groups carry upwards to 80 to 90% E1B1A. All these West African tribes are typically E1B1A carriers, all the ones we claim that are Israelites. None of them have G. Just want to point that out there. None of them have G markers. They all have E1B1A markers, just like African Americans, who coincidentally enough have 60% of E1B1A. And again, passed down from father to son. You can go ahead.
And the Zulu. Language studies also confirms this close-knit family of people. For example, Alfred Ellis writes, the Tishi-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast, the Ga-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast, the Ewe-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, the Yoruba-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, whose languages all belong to one family and who have apparently all sprung from one common stock. An interesting fact regarding the language of the Slave Coast is that Europeans sometimes referred to the Slave Coast as Ewe or Evuwe. Now, according to African author Mawuli, Evuwe is the Hebrew word for Hebrews, sometimes spelled I-B-R-I. Now, as you can see on the map, Evuwe, you also see Evuweo, which is the plural form, which means Hebrews.
All right, so that's the end of the video. But this video predates the existence of YAP game. This video is about 5 years old, predates YAP game, and Benaya has been saying basically everything that YAP Gang's been saying. Most African Americans are E1B1A, most West Central Africans are E1B1A, and haplogroups are passed down from father to son. The reason why Teo disagrees with YAP Gang saying it is because he just has a vendetta against us and he hates us. It's that clear. But clearly Teo is lying when he says that we're wrong concerning the DNA. Because if we're wrong, then Benaiah is wrong. And he said this 5 years ago, and most other geneticists will say the exact same thing. So it's clear that Teo has a bias against YAP Gang. Mostly because we exposed a lot of their lies, like haplogroup G, map, and things of that nature. But yeah, so hopefully this video kind of illustrates that Teo is cherry picking who to get mad at concerning haplogroups, and that we're not wrong. ERAN ELHAIK and Razib Khan literally, validate what we say. Like, for instance, last night we played a clip of Razib Khan literally saying that the Israelites would have had haplogroup E, as well as Arabians and Assyrians, and that's Afro-Asiatic. And so yeah, Teo just doesn't know what he's talking about. He just hates YAP Gang. It is what it is. But yeah. Anything y'all want to say concerning the video?
Yeah, he hates himself. There was a lot of pseudoisms in that Benaniah video as well. I was gonna hit him with the Dave Chappelle. I couldn't pull it up fast enough when he was like, "Oh, this word means Hebrew."
This nigga was clearly lying.
Yeah, but anyway, they support Benaiah whatnot, but Benaiah, at least he's honest on at least those points. I can't really speak for anything else that he does. So I don't watch him, and a little bit I know about him, I don't really. I'm not too favored in it, but he's absolutely correct. And why he's absolutely correct? Because he's citing his sources here that shows you the percentages of African Americans. African Americans are 65%, or 60 to 65%. E1B1A are E carriers. About 30 or 40% are European, and that's because, like the brother brought, forced relations, of course, but also conjugal relations, where you had even Jewish. There's a reason why in the west coast of Africa you do have J1P58 there. Jewish men were making wives of the African local women there and producing children. And many people dismiss that part of history and don't try to put it into context and try to ignore that. Jewish men were doing the same thing in the Americas, even more so in Central and South America, where they were more free and able to practice their practices. There are writings that they had up to 8 African wives. If they have 8 African wives, and presumably they're having children with all of them, you're going to get a large amount of Jewish descendants, that are dark skinned, coarse hair, so on and so forth. So, with that being said, we do have a largely African element amongst African Americans. They're mostly descendants of Western Central Africans who had E1B1A, the G2As, the R1Bs, R1As, and Is. Those are clearly European markers, and they are found commonly amongst Europeans. This is not even in dispute. ELHAIK wouldn't even dispute that. Matter of fact, that's why it's so the irony is so thick in the air, you can taste it. Because in that same interview, which you're going to watch the entirety tonight, in that interview, someone posed a question about their haplogroup, and he basically told them it's Eastern European. So it's like, y'all not going to make clips of that, though, right? But anyway, I was looking up another clip, an African ancestry, because they answer questions like this all the time. Because people will be like, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm African American. Why were my results European or Chinese or whatnot?" And they have to explain to them that we're not homogenous. And this is the issue that people like Teo Ministries and the people that support them and their well-wishers don't grasp. We're not homogenous. We're not. We have different paternal lineages and different maternal lineages. We're not all the same. But you imagine that we're all the same because you're trying to apply the one drop rule to genetics. Because the racist white people of the past what they would do to eliminate any ancestry, they got rid of what you call paternal race. It's just the same thing that Yacoba are doing. They're trying to say, you know what? F your ancestors. I don't care what your ancestry was. I'm going to dictate who you are by just saying you're black, and that's all that matters. It's the same thing Walter Plecker, Ernest Cox, and the racist Dixiecrats of the past was pushing on our people, and even got laws passed to enforce it. And even black people today glorify this, what we call the one drop rule. So they're trying to apply that now to against genetics. Like, wait a minute, no, I'm black. It don't matter. I'm black. Look at me. That doesn't matter. It doesn't tell you anything about your ancestry, right? That doesn't tell you anything about your ancestry. Your Y chromosome does. Your mitochondrial DNA does. That tells you the direct ancestry, who you descend from. You want to say something, Ivory?
No, I was just about to say, do you see that comment? Somebody said, so are they European or did they change? So TOTW are paternally, meaning their forefathers, are most definitely European or Caucasian.
Mm-hmm.
And even their maternal side, their foremothers might even be European because they never showed their MT DNA. So they might be European on both the paternal and maternal. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, we suspect that they may be European on both sides, their haplogroups. Also, to land back on Dr. Elhaik, he did make mention as well that this has nothing to do with color. He made that clear, and it was in one of their clips that they used. So just to land back off of what Yeshub said.
Yeah, they glossing over everything this man is saying to try to squeeze out and put a square peg in a round one. He never said anything close to dismissing haplogroups in his overall usage. He never did that. In fact, his website uses haplogroups to match people to the ancient skeletal remains they found in ancient Israel. He says this verbatim in the video, and you guys are going to see that here in a minute. Before that, we can go to Dr. Kittles, Dr. Rick Kittles. You guys should be familiar with it. And to what Christos was saying, say, are they a European? No, that's just like saying, are we West African? We're not West African. We're Americans. But our ancestry goes back to West Africa. Their ancestry goes back to Europe. You see how that works? We're Americans. You understand? We've been here for a long time. But when we're talking about ancestry and where our ancestors come from, if you have E1B1A, most likely your ancestry is derived from West Africa. If you have G2A4, most likely your ancestry comes from Europe or comes from Central Asia or in the Caucasus Mountains somewhere. All right? We're all American, right? Anyway, so let's go to Dr. Rick Kittles because he gets the question posed to him and his wife. Because African Americans take their test, obviously, and they come back European. Like, wait a minute, you're European. You're European based upon you have European ancestry based upon your Y DNA. Meaning, if your Y DNA is European, the only way you can get that if a man transmitted that to you through the act of sex somewhere along your paternal tree. Because these guys, you got to keep reiterating this because it's not hard to understand. You get your Y chromosome through the act of sex, not through osmosis, not through alien abduction, none of that. Through the act of sex. So if you got it somewhere along your male line, there lies a European that gave it to you. It's that simple.
According to Teo, you get it through magic.
Yeah, to him, everything is magic, man. Fair use.
Ancestry. In my travels. Hi, I'm Rick Kittles, co-founder and scientific director of African Ancestry. In my travels around the country, I meet a lot of people and many of them have the same questions. And so I thought it would be a good opportunity now to answer questions that you may have. Many people wonder, when their results come back and one of these lineages is European, does it mean that they're 100% European? The answer is no. Remember, African Americans are very mixed in terms of ethnicity and ancestry because of the experience of the transatlantic slave trade. And so immediately upon arrival here in North America, there was a lot of mixing going on. And so we see remnants of that in the DNA of African Americans. A lot of men, when they test their Y chromosomes, get a little nervous because, in fact, 30% of the Y chromosomes that we test of African American men are of European ancestry.
There you go. Geneticists said it. Even though we read geneticists all the goddamn time, they ignore that. They special plead 30% of the African men that they test, they come back, their Y DNA comes back European. Rick Kittles himself is R1B. His DNA came back European. Martin Luther King, his DNA came back European. Marcus Garvey, his DNA came back European. Why? Because European men intermixed with African women. This is not hard stuff. This is not calculus. This is not astrophysics we're trying to figure out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking you the weight of air. You understand? I'm not asking you for the formula for the weight of air in a three-dimensional space. I'm not asking you stuff like that. I'm not even attempting to teach you things like that, right? I'm not telling you to understand Pascal's law, right? Of pressure being applied all over in a closed system. No one's saying that. This is very, very, very simple stuff. It's not complicated at all.
Maybe sometimes the sophisticated is a little too sophisticated.
The sophistication is too sophisticated for the sophisticated. Yeah.
For the unsophisticated.
Yeah. Yeah, man. We're not asking you that, man. Well, all we're showing you is the DNA is recapitulating the historical record that shows that African Americans are mixed. It also shows that you got African Americans that are indeed tracing their lineages back to Native Americans, whether mitochondrial DNA or paternal DNA or Y DNA, right? We have both sides. Why? Because African Americans, males and females, slept with Native Americans and created babies. And those babies created babies. And those babies created babies until you get to the modern era.
Shout out mitochondrial B3B.
B3B, yep, Native American. That's mitochondrial Native American. You got some African American men walking around and they don't even know this history until they take their DNA and they find out they're QM3. That's Native American on the male side. That's a testament to history. This is what the science is revealing. So let me rewind this one more time. You guys.
Yeah, you're just about to say rewind that and maybe even clip it.
Hi, I'm Rick Kittles, co-founder and scientific director of African Ancestry. In my travels around the country, I meet a lot of people and many of them have the same questions. And so I thought it would be a good opportunity now to answer questions that you may have. Many people wonder, when their results come back and one of these lineages is European, does it mean that they're 100% European? The answer is no. Remember, African Americans are very mixed in terms of ethnicity and ancestry because of the experience of the transatlantic slave trade. And so immediately upon arrival here in North America, there was a lot of mixing going on. And so we see remnants of that in the DNA of African Americans. a lot of men, when they test their Y chromosomes, get a little nervous because, in fact, 30% of the Y chromosomes that we test of African American men are of European ancestry. And so many of them get upset or they are concerned when the match comes back European. You know, I've heard many men say to me, well, I'm very dark skinned or I'm African. You can just look and see. But you told me that I'm European. What we told you was that your Y chromosome goes back to Europe, meaning that there was a European male in your family lineage. And that was part of what we see on your Y chromosome test. It doesn't mean that you're European. It just means that.
Exactly. So the man said, I'm dark skinned. I got all the features, man. I got the afro. I let my soul glow. How the hell am I European? Right? Because we have been taught to be superficial and just look at skin color. And this goes back to the one drop rule created by Walter Plecker and white supremacists. Right? And the brother said, I got nervous for sure. You know, and there's nothing wrong with being European, right? But this is what Y chromosomes show you, because the only way you can get a Y chromosome is from a male having sex with a woman and creating your ancestor. That's the only way you can get it. All right, real quick. I'll see you in the back. Give me a minute. Let me finish this point.
That lineage. Well, I'm very dark skinned or I'm African. You can just look and see. But you told me that I'm European. What we told you was that your Y chromosome goes back to Europe, meaning that there was a European male in your family lineage. And that was part of what we see on your Y chromosome test. It doesn't mean that you're European. It just means that that lineage went back to Europe. And if we were to test 12, 15, 16 lineages, they'll go in many different places because we're a very mixed population. When I perform ancestry testing on myself, what I found was 90% West African ancestry and 9 to 10% European ancestry. So that reflects that 10% of my genome that's of European ancestry. And in fact, a big chunk of that 10% is the Y chromosome, because I'm one of those 30% of Black men who have a European Y chromosome. So having a match that goes back to Europe doesn't mean that you have no African ancestry.
Well said. And
It's a pretty good video.
Right. I got another one too. And Elhaik, Dave, brother, I'm trying to say your name. I don't want to butcher it. I'm just going to call you David. I will let you up in a minute. Let me play this next one. Yeah, African ancestry is not cheap. I don't really endorse them as far as going to get the DNA test because of that. If you want to get a good DNA test, get 23andMe. It's cheap, fast, and reliable. So, you know, but if you want to patron them. I'm not going to stop anybody from patroning them, supporting their business. And they do good work. It's just they are, I think, what, $300 or something like that. You can get the big one.
Yeah, I recommend getting it during the sale. Get any of these DNA tests during the sale, like a holiday. I got African ancestry and I liked it. They gave me the tribe that I belong to, and it kind of reaffirmed other DNA tests when it came to the specific people that I'm related to in Africa. But like Yashub said, it is expensive. Wait for a sale, and only buy this if you want to know what specific African tribe you descend from. And even then, you have to do further research and look into other DNA platforms, G25 and stuff like that, to see if you really belong to that African tribe. But yeah.
Yeah, and what Ivry is not telling you that they sent back that he's actually Chechen. They said
JP50. Let's go, conquerors of Canaan. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, so let me pull this up real quick. I know I just put this in this folder. I want to share this real quick. Then we're gonna let our brother up and see what he got to say. Just be patient with me, brother. I don't want to pivot just yet. So I'm in the wrong folder. That's why. That'll do it. I'm in the wrong folder, y'all. So I want to show this next clip that his wife did. I believe that's his wife. I don't want to assume, but I think that's his wife that that's on the videos with him, right, Ivry?
Dealing with
Yeah, the light skin sister, right?
That's his wife, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's his wife.
Okay, yeah. So his wife covered the same topic because I think she had someone on the show. And again, they said, "Wait a minute, why is this saying that I'm from Portugal and Spain? Look at me, you know how it is because we're taught to be looking at everything from a superficial level."
So when we extracted your Y chromosome from your cheek swab, our scientists then unlocked the code of a small portion of your Y chromosome and compared it to Y chromosomes from men across Africa. Mm. Now, I was a little nervous about this one because when we traced the Y chromosome, Mother Akua, 35% of the time it comes back European.
Mm.
Oh, this the one with
let's talk. Yeah,
Fred Hampton Jr.
Yes. Yes. Because of the history and the behavior of white European men.
Come on,
fathering children with enslaved women. Whether you look like Wesley Snipes today or you look like me.
Come on.
You can have a British progenitor. You can have a Portuguese father in your
You can have a British progenitor. You can have a Portuguese father. That can happen. So you get these Y DNAs and it's European. That's why. You have a progenitor that's European. All right.
Georgian for Teo.
Yeah. He Georgian, Chechen, Caucasus Mountain Range, all of that.
They got
Portuguese father in your paternal line. You can have a German, a Spanish. They all were a Dutch. They were all there.
No doubt about it.
All raped and pillaged.
No doubt about it.
And I thought, I certainly don't want to be the one to come and tell Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. that his revolutionary paternal ancestry goes back to Europe.
So I got that. I clipped that because she eloquently broke it down that you can have a European forefather, and Teo and Yaakov and a lot of Israelites like the Vanilla Hebrew, they are diametrically opposed to that. But that's standard science, and that's just the truth. The only way you can get Y chromosomes is through the act of sex. So if you have that Y chromosome that matches majority of the European population, then you are a descendant of a European. It's not that hard. There's nothing wrong with that either. But you guys speak hatred towards Europeans and all this BS. It's kind of poetic justice that you found out that, maybe you'll learn not to, broad sweep people like that and be racist. Anyway, we got a brother named David in the building. Let me bring him up. He's been waiting for about 5 minutes. Shalom, brother.
Shalom, brother. Shalom, brothers.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom.
Man, I was just I didn't really have much to say. I was just chiming in on the conversation, listening up,
Oh, okay. I thought you had some commentary or whatnot you wanted to share.
No, I was just wondering, like, with the DNA test, and you guys don't believe that when they say European, that could be still black folks?
I mean, hold on. When you say black, you're talking about a physical description, right? Maybe that could be.
I mean, I'm talking about like not just physical, but like, well, what I think is that the original European is actually the black man, not just physically, like, because obviously all white folks come from black folks. We don't think that. I don't believe that.
Okay, so let me put it to you like this. So we covered this last night, and I'll let the rest of the YAP gang give their dissertation on this.
Right.
All people on the planet Earth come from darker skinned ancestors.
Understood.
Right? We all descend from the same man that lived a long time ago. We all do. And original humans were dark skinned at first. And then when you get about 10,000 years ago, they get lighter. They start getting lighter. and you start getting people looking like Ethan Hawke.
Right.
And that doesn't mean, since we can discuss that, we know that there were darker skinned people in Europe thousands of years ago, that those are the same people that are the Yoruba or the Mende people. That doesn't mean that. Does that make sense, brother?
I don't really know what that means, but
what I'm saying,
I'm not up on the Mende people. I don't know what the Mende people are.
West Africans.
Okay.
Just naming different West African tribes and whatnot.
Gotcha.
What some people tend to do is they'll see a black person or see people dark, like the Melanesians. Are you familiar with them?
Yes, I know. Yep.
All right. So people look at them and say, "Oh, those are the same as West Africans." That's not true. They're not. They got different lineages that they come from, different fathers and foremothers that they come from than West Africans do.
So you go by haplogroups, or however you pronounce it?
Yeah, the haplogroups is just a word to explain a group of individuals that share a common ancestor.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So Sean and Avery, y'all want to touch on that before we move on?
Yeah. So to address the Black Europeans thing, all humans on the planet at one point, basically 5,000 years ago and beyond, were dark skinned. Yeah, but they weren't Nigerians. They weren't Kenyans. They weren't Igbo or Yoruba people. They were their own separate population, and eventually the ancestors of Europeans that were darker skinned became lighter skinned because of an allele. But their autosomal DNA, their language, their culture of these Indo-Europeans is not West African. They're their own separate people. And in terms of haplogroups, a haplogroup is passed down from father to son with the Y DNA. With the mtDNA is passed down from mother to daughter. Most Europeans carry haplogroup R or I. So that's not West Central African. They're their own population of people. So when it says, if you take a DNA test and it says that your haplogroup is European, it's not saying you're descended from a Kenyan or a Nigerian or a Cameroonian. It's saying that you're descended from a legitimate, typical white looking, air quotes white looking European. And we can show you like charts and maps and stuff if you need like more visual help. But I'll let Sean.
Yeah, I'm looking for a proper. I'm looking for a proper human phylogenetic tree right now, so I can show him. So hold, conversate with the brother for a second. Let me grab one.
Go ahead, man. What's up?
But yeah, do you kind of get what me and
I mean,
Genesis was saying?
I'm not 100%. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm on I think I'm on the right track. I'm just taking this information in. I'm not like up on all the words, specific like definitions of what you're saying, but I think I got an idea, basically.
Yeah, good. I'll let Orthodox more take a shot at it as well if he wants. I don't know. Have you been listening to the conversation more?
No, I'm just happening.
Oh,
I got another question too.
Hold on real quick. Let me get more chance to maybe he can give you some more information on that. To catch you up to speed, the brother was saying, like, because we were playing clips from African ancestry, and they were explaining that 30 to 35 to 40% of African American males actually descend from European fathers. Right. And the brother question was, could those European fathers actually be black people? To give you some context. Right.
If you go back far enough, it's possible. I mean, but so this is the thing. This is the thing about autosomal DNA. Like, so when we're talking about like lineage or whatnot, like the YD, like that's not going to change too much, right? But when you're talking about like stuff in terms of like phenotype or whatnot, that becomes fluid over time and whatnot. So autosomally, most of us on this panel are going to be like mostly like West African and whatnot, right? But that goes back like just a few hundred years or whatnot. If we go back as far as our Y DNA goes, we're not nothing like those West Africans or whatnot, right? So somebody could have European DNA and have it go back to somebody who's darker skinned and whatnot, because there were dark skinned people that had um, uh, those genetics or whatnot, and like in the like amongst like the people in Sao Tome, Principe, etc. Um, people in the Caribbean, etc. Of Latin descent and whatnot, other stuff like that, right? But yeah, like or phenotype is fluid over time.
Oh,
So basically, brother, the way you look doesn't mean your children are gonna look like that. It all depends on who you mix with.
yeah, of course. My son's white as shit.
Exactly. So you understand that, but he's still
Yeah,
your son. He's
right.
your descendant. You know, it ain't gonna change.
Well, my father's dark, blacky black, like
Right.
ridiculous.
So he married a
My,
woman of lighter skin, right?
yeah, my mother's Italian.
Italian. See, but you're still your father's descendant, no matter how you look, and
Right,
his grandson is his grandson, no matter how his grandsons look.
right, right. Not because when he did his DNA tests, it said like most of it, a lot of it. Well, I didn't get a chance to look at it, but he said that it was saying the Ivory Coast, that was from the Ivory Coast, and that's what my grandfather was saying too. So it matched up.
Right. So you are most likely a descendant of a West African, right? So
Right.
your son, he can look like Justin Bieber. I'm not saying he does. I'm saying he can look like that.
He basically damn near does. His mother's Puerto Rican, light skin.
He still is a descendant of a West African.
Right.
That's that. It's just that simple. That's what the
No,
DNA.
I agree with that. Even in the scriptures, it says like you get your having your tribe from your father. I understand that, but I'm talking more scientifically, like DNA tests. Not even scientifically, more DNA, like with the tests. Because I don't know if I trust these tests or not. That's my whole point in coming on here.
All right. So this is what I would do.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, Sean. Have you taken a test, David?
No, I have my father did, but I'm gonna take my own for sure.
Yeah. Do 23andMe, and when you get it, hit us up, and we'll go through it with you.
I'm gonna do one for me and my son, just because.
There you go.
I don't know if
There
they
you
let
go.
you do your son. I don't
Huh?
know. I don't think they let you do your son. Your son has to
Oh
be
no.
18. Like,
Oh,
yeah, I don't
okay.
think they'll
Oh,
let you
he does. Oh, you
unless it's
can't.
court ordered.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unless it's court ordered. Yeah,
Okay,
because
okay.
he's not 18, so they're not gonna just let you do. That's what I don't know if that has changed, but yeah,
I
you
heard
can.
people.
Even if it's your son, you have to do it like if you're going to court, a court order, or if you're ordering for it to be
I heard
done.
people be sending like their kids as them though. They'll send their kids DNA instead. I don't know if that.
That's one way of
It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, you could do that and say it's you.
Right.
But yeah. Let me share my screen. I just want to show the brother something.
Go for it.
All right.
Oh,
Y'all can
so
see this?
I just got an update, Sean. They said 23andMe will allow you to do that, but he has to verify that it is actually his.
No, he would have to send in his test and his son's
Together.
Yeah.
So you have to
So
send it.
the test itself proves that that's his child.
Got you. All
If
right.
he's under 18.
So you would have to send both tests in at the same time, is what it sounds like.
No, that's fine. Shit, fine with me.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a phylogenetic tree, and as you see, we have
Right after
basically
on this.
yeah, we have basically three nodes here. All right. So you have CT, CF, DE. So most African Americans come off of this DE line, right? A would represent this one all the way up here. AT would basically represent like Y chromosome Adam, and BT in our model would basically represent Y chromosome Noah, and
Damn,
then
it
you
goes
have
all the way
three
back to
nodes.
there. That's crazy.
Yeah. All right, but I'm gonna show you how even though so over here off the CF lineages, right? This is mostly in our model we would consider Japhetic, right? So I'm assuming you're an Israelite, right, bro? Or you're what
Yeah,
you are
Yasharala.
okay.
Cool.
All right. So CF right here would constitute for us all the Japhetic lines. And as you see, It comes down FT, which is basically FM89. All of these lines, that's all in white. That's shaded with the white background. All of these would be European. So if you go to the bottom, you start seeing G1, G2, H2, and all the way across, right? So these people, right, had started off dark skin, but they don't come off the same line. If you go back up to DE, you see DE here, you see E, D0, D1, D1, uh D1 A1B, D1 A1A. All right, this is not the same line. This is a
So it's like a
separate
family
line.
tree.
Right. But what I'm trying to show you is this is a different line than this over here with the white background. This is a different paternal. Like these three are
Oh,
related,
yep,
but
yep,
this
yep.
is a
So that's like Shem, Japheth, and Ham, mate. Basically.
right. So, if you some phylogenetic trees are not set up like this, they're mostly set up, from a atheist point of view, a
Hmm.
circular point of view. But as you
Hmm.
see, there's three nodes. There's always three nodes. You'll always
Exactly.
find
So
three
we
nodes,
already know what those
right? And
three are.
so they pretty much confirm that they always run into these three nodes, right?
Exactly. Hmm.
So no matter what they do, they all go back to three nodes, right? Which comes
Hmm.
off of one. All right.
It's
So
after the
what I'm
flood.
trying to right. So right after the flood. So what I'm showing you is all of this over here would be considered Japhetic, European, Oceanic people. So
Hmm.
Oceanic people would be over here in the seas, right? And as you
Right.
see, CF breaks off in the C and F,
Hmm.
right? You see C and so C, so they come off of the same line.
So E and B's directly from the source, basically. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's a little complicated. They don't have it set up. I could probably find another tree to make it simpler for you as Bible believers. Um,
Hmm.
that way you can see it better. But I picked this one because it's how it's shaded, and I just wanted to show you the three nodes, and then E is over here. All right. Well, they're
Hmm.
saying that it's from the source because they're saying DE. The reason why they're saying that is because DE is E is found in Africa. D is not necessarily found in Africa. You'll find it in East Asia, but they broke off. They both YAP positive.
Mm.
This right here, they broke off from each other, but
They
they're
both,
still YAP positive.
what he's
Go
saying is
ahead, bro.
they both share the same male ancestor.
Paternal,
Yeah,
right? This DE
if you
right here.
go far back in time, some Japanese people share the same male ancestors as West Africans.
What I don't get really is if right. So how does the Y chromosome change from father to son? How does it turn into all these different things? That's what I don't really understand. That doesn't make sense to me.
Mutations. Yeah.
Mutations. So from the mother, they're getting mutated.
Could be, the different women that they breed with, also environment, what they eat, what I'm saying, diet, all these different things
So
could.
all this shit nowadays, people still get mutated then from chemtrails and all this other shit then from food.
Well, we can mutate, yeah, like so, myself and Yeshua, but EU290, right? So yeah, there could be another mutation down the road somewhere, or there might be one out now. We just haven't discovered it off of EU290.
Right.
So yes, over
That's crazy.
time, and we don't know when it happens and how. What I'm saying? It's like
Hmm.
you can't count off when exactly it's going to happen. It's just random,
Mutations are random, right?
right? They're just random.
And
So basically,
that's what. Excuse me, I just had to interject real quick. My bad,
go
brother.
ahead, bro.
But
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
that's what makes all humans distinct is our mutations. That's how we can tell that we belong on different branches of the family tree. We all humans. We all share Adam, right? We
Yep.
all go back to Adam, like the Bible say, right?
Yep.
We got different branches, and we can tell what branch is different by the mutations.
Right.
Right. So even if you look, I'm gonna show you again. So we come off of CF. If you can see my cursor, this is CF, and we come down, which we consider and C Japhetic, because you see C breaks off this way and F goes this way. But if you go down on the bottom and you see Q, right? These are copper color people, right? These are your um American Indians. You know what I'm saying? They don't like that word. Well, what's the proper way to say that?
The mongoose.
Indigenous and
No.
indigenous Americans.
There you go.
All right. So indigenous Americans. So here you got Q, and so these are brown people, but they're not the same as you, or I don't know what your haplogroup is. So I'll just use us on the panel. They're not the same as us, meaning they don't come from the same line we do. We're over here
Mhm.
from off of DE. So you get what we say? So yeah, they could have been
Yeah.
colored, but that don't mean even though they may have been dark skinned at one time, they still don't come off of our line. This is DE is YAP positive. Everybody else is YAP negative. Everybody else on this chart.
Is what negative? What's that word you're using?
YAP. YAP.
What's
YAP
that?
negative. That's Y chromosome allele polymorphism. It's basically a protein that we carry. We don't necessarily know what it does. It's there. It's only found in people with DE. This is why we call ourselves the YAP gang. This is why we call ourselves the
Gotcha.
YAP gang. But we believe that this could be some kind of mark the Most High put on Shem. This would represent Shem. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely gotta do my DNA test. Shit, I never
All right.
thought about doing it, but now I want to. I gotta see
Hey,
how.
hey, y'all brothers want to say anything off of this? Because I'm gonna stop sharing
I
it
was
if
just
y'all
gonna
don't want.
say, like in layman's terms, like what YAP is, it's like an ID tag, a genetic ID tag. Think of it like an ID.
Yeah, based on your Y chromosome.
Right, that's on your Y
Right.
chromosome that only West Africans have. Not all West Africans. You got your pygmies. We not pygmies. Your pygmies and your Khoisans, most of them don't have it. But like West Africans, like your Yoruba, your Igbos, some Japanese people have it. That shows we all come from the same male ancestor that lived a long time ago.
Right. So pygmies and Khoisan and people like that will come off of the AB. This AB here, they would come off the AB line.
So when y'all DNA test, it said y'all all from the same tribe.
It says that we all have well, not the whole YAP gang, but most, whoever has haplogroup E, we descend from a distant paternal father.
Copy.
A distant paternal.
That's
All
fine.
right.
That's fine.
All right. So I'm gonna stop sharing this. Y'all don't need this no more, right?
I want to do one more thing. I know Taylor done watching. Can you point to where it says G2 at?
Right here.
Yeah. What color is it down at the bottom? Oh, let me look.
It's white.
No, hold on.
It has a white background.
Where is it on the map? Because you see
right here. So FT. You mean on the map?
Yeah, on the map.
Oh, okay. So it would be up here in this gray area up here. So
yeah, that's
around here somewhere. Well, so okay, this is Africa. So this would be the Levant.
So you got this for my brothers Teo twins watching, the map is showing you where your relatives are. So if you look under G2, it's a little yellow. Hold on, scroll down real quick. Don't go to the map yet. Go down. Underneath G2 is yellow, light blue, dark blue, like a silver, and then a gray, and then like a little bit of orange, a very little tiny bit of orange is African, right? The yellow is Central West Asia. You got some G2As in Central West Asia. You got some in North Asia. Okay. What's that light blue? Southeast Asia.
Oceania. Oh no, I'm sorry. The light blue is South Asia.
All right. What about that dark gray over there to the right? What is that?
Europe. Yeah, that's stay over there.
Hey man, that's your peoples, man.
Hey, you should if you really want to show where Teo comes from in the migration patterns. Look up on YouTube haplogroup G, and there's a video that actually breaks it down.
Yeah, we go to it real quick, then we get to the main potatoes. The brother left, I guess, but the main the meat and potatoes of today's show. We're gonna type in haplogroup G just for our brothers, so we can educate them some more about this.
Yeah, because we know they're watching. There's 24 people watching the show, only like 5 people in the chat.
All right, so y'all finished with this, right? I could.
Yeah, we're about to play a haplogroup G migration video. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
Then I'll put the link in this side chat.
Oh, this is good. Hold on, let me play this one. I just typed in haplogroup G. Shalom, my brother Rue. Look at this
Is
one.
it the one from Geno Nomad? Gene?
No. Eternidad 195.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I ain't gonna play that music, but yeah, as y'all can see, look at the screen.
I ain't gonna play that.
The course son, of course, having the old A markers, so everybody starts with them. But look, and then it's gonna go from the A markers all the way down to F. I saw this one. I had to, well, let me do this one because it's pictorial. You know, they need pictures. And then F eventually making its way into Eurasia and then Central Asia.
By the way, I put the link in the private chat when you're ready.
Fair use.
And as you see, the F, so pretty brown skin. Anything off of the F line. Oh, here go G. Here go G.
EM209. Look where it's at.
Caucasus, Northern Caucasus, Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
That's your peoples, man. That's your relatives, man. That's your relatives on your daddy's side. You know.
Teo needs to learn the Russian dance.
Look. All that over here. Just like we just read on that map, you see some in North Asia, Central Asia, Europe. You see them all over.
Mm-hmm.
And they do have a small presence in Northern Africa. All right, we're going to be seeing some pictures of Minister Tayu's relatives. Look, they don't like Jewish people, but the Jewish people have what? What they got amongst them? Let's go back. Jewish people have G2A3A, a bunch of G2, G2C. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Again, Caucasian Jews, the mountain Jews, as they call.
So right now we just looking at a photo album of Teo's family members. You know, there goes some more of Teo's distant.
You know, we've never seen Teo's face. Maybe he actually looked like these people.
No, y'all are lying. Abraham was a black man. All his descendants stayed black throughout eternity.
Perpetuity, huh? Look, there goes some more.
Now their claim is that they descend from black Jews with G, right? Or that they descend from black people with G in that area. You know what I'm saying?
Georgia?
Yeah, and that again, like so again, the claim is when you go through enough of the videos or whatnot is so again, everybody coming out of Africa is black, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like the light color skin G's don't come until way later. So G is originally a black skin people anyway. So they're they're on one level they literally admit the fluidity of phenotype in the sense that like that these white people used to be black at one point in time. So like the phenotype obviously switched up, but they're saying like originally they were a black people or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So it's odd how they do that thing, but again, their concept is. So this is the conundrum that they walked into with that Abu kept trying to press them on. Because when I first started talking to them, when I interviewed them, etc., whatnot, there was this concept of they were putting forth that two people could have the same paternal haplogroup or whatnot. Like let's say it was going back to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob or whatnot. Right? But if one of them was white, they could not be the lineage. And so when Preston asked, like, so what's the percentage cutoff? They could never give a percentage cutoff. The concept was like, well, if you're not phenotypically black, it's like that's all that matters is you're not the feed.
Basically, telling people your ancestors are not your ancestors.
Right. You can't claim your ancestry for the wrong color, basically.
Let's get a little Uzi in there.
I put the link in the side chat, private chat.
Well, I go Yuya, ancient Egyptian one. All right. Oh,
yeah,
that woman's racist here. The Egyptologist 7.
Mm-hmm. She's really racist.
Yeah. What am I doing? Oh yeah, the link. I don't see the link, brother.
In the private chat?
I do. Right, Sean. I'm gonna need you to stop snoring so hard in the mic, brother. We live. All right, cool. I thought I lost connection for a minute there. Dang,
I don't know if there's
StreamYard.
any talking. You might want to. Yeah, I think there might be. Yeah, there's some explaining.
DNA haplogroup G, its current distribution, and the famous individuals of haplogroup G. You can also check the spread of Neolithic agriculture and the site of the ancient remains with the G gene. In the last episode, I introduced the birth region and distribution of F, a descendant of the Y chromosome haplogroup CF. A direct descendant of F is GHIJK. GHIJK is believed to have first formed 68,500 years ago in Western Asia. TMRCA, meaning time to most recent common ancestor, is about 65,900 years ago. The direct descendants of GHIJK are haplogroup G and HIJK. Both groups formed in Western Asia 48,500 years ago. In this episode, I would like to introduce haplogroup G. Its TRMCA is estimated to be about 25,200 years ago. In the subclade of G, there are G1 with representative SNPs M342 and G2 with P287. The testing of Neolithic.
So this is people groups as they migrate over time and mutate, and they make these different clans or whatnot. And as you can see, the clan are the people that are population that the tail twins come from. They primarily migrated across Anatolia and infiltrated what we know as Europe. They've been there for a long, long time. You can see they're all over Europe right there during the Stone Age. All right, so this is their ancestry, right?
Neolithic remains in various parts of Europe has confirmed that haplogroup G2A was the dominant lineages of Neolithic farmers and herders who migrated from Anatolia to Europe between 9,000 and 6,000 years ago.
Y'all see that? But they don't want to hear that. Oh, they said we're European. That is the standard. That's the standard understanding of science. Because they dug up. Europe is one of the best studied places as far as ancient remains. There's more ancient remains in Europe than any other continent. As far as being exhumed and their DNA being studied, we know more about the ancient peoples there of any other continent. And it just so happens that G2 was pretty dominant at a point in time before the Yamnaya come in, start killing these people off and reducing their numbers, right? So with that being said, that's their ancestry, man. That's their male side of things. We don't know their female side of things. They have not released that to the public. Okay, brother, I got you. You back in the show.
Yeah, and the Yamnaya would be, basically haplogroup R. Push these people out. Push the G's out.
No, Natalie, the Teo Ministries, they're the non-binaries of the group. If I said recombination, they're the non-binaries, So you got the male side and female side. Because you got some brothers, I just go off my mother's side then, my mtDNA. Then you got the non-binaries, which don't even care about the male or the father side. You lose the non-binary Israelites. Sankofa Life says, hey, did you guys know Alex still supports the Khazar theory? That's crazy. We're going to be touching on that tonight. Let me get this clip. As y'all can see, this is clear. We didn't have to go too far in this, Avery. It's straight off within the first 2 minutes. It goes right into the point.
Yeah. And the map is good, too, because it shows the migration.
Mm-hmm. Not Western Africa. Not Sub-Saharan Africa.
Nope.
Not Western Central Africa. Not even Ethiopian highlands. All right, so let's get to the video of the interview of Dr. ELHAIK. And let's parse this thing. Shouldn't take too long. I think it's an hour long. Why don't I see it in my Chrome? I don't see it in my Chrome for some reason. Oh, there it is. All right, we're going to go to the part where he starts interviewing.
Cities, and we are looking for brothers and sisters who do work. Nashville, but I have had someone reach out to me before of interest in maybe starting a congregation in Nashville. I don't know if it was last time it's disabled on your phone. All right. You might have to go back out and come back in for coming on and taking time on here. We kind of want to get into some things. I just kind of got started here a few minutes ago to give the notifications time to come. We are live. I'm recording because sometimes YouTube decides to kind of sometimes take certain videos down. So I just want to make sure that it's recorded. I want you to know that I'm recording it.
Okay.
And so we're going to be on here for a few minutes. I'm not going to hold you too long. Our brothers and sisters in the chat, we have none other than Dr. ERAN ELHAIK. Dr. ERAN ELHAIK, do you want to greet yourself? Greet the people who are on here on our live now before we get into the conversation.
Hi everyone. Thanks for joining. My name is ERAN ELHAIK, and I'm happy to talk to you today about genetics, science in general, and about my work.
Awesome.
And also about this ancient DNA origins website we've launched a couple of months ago. I think it will be a lot of interest to everybody.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited about that because when you sent me the link I jumped on it immediately, and it's interesting, Doctor. Doctor,
a lot of work. You know, that's one of the reasons that got me into this field, and that was over 10 years ago, and only now it's feasible to actually doing it.
Yeah, yes, sir. And it's amazing because when I got my results back, I was like, okay, this is interesting. You know, because when people look at your, certain hue of complexion of people, you automatically put them in a box because of the society and the race construct and things like that. So it's automatically like, well, okay, I'm this color in complexion, but my DNA says something else. What's going on with this? So and the thing that I've done probably about maybe 5 DNA tests, and most of them generally focus on a specific haplogroup in a specific area, like maybe the west coast of Africa and things like that, but they don't go to the ancient level of things. I think that this is where what you guys have done is really more amazing than what most people who take DNA tests know about. And it's amazing. We already get into the conversation, so I guess we can just kind of go there.
I'm gonna hold my very long answer then.
Okay. Also, I want to talk about this because when I first heard about you, this was probably around maybe 2014, I think 2015 or somewhere around that date. And it was also dealing with some subject matters that a lot of people don't feel is too popular in discussion. And you're kind of like me, Mr. Controversy. I kind of like it in a way, but I think it's good to discover and talk about. So I want to, if it's okay with you, I went to your YouTube channel, and there's a couple of videos on there, 5 minutes or so. Is it okay with you if I can go ahead and play one of those videos? I want to play 2, but I'm gonna play 1, and you can elaborate, and then we can kind of go into the DNA conversation about the website and everything. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So let's get into this, you guys. I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to go to Dr. ERAN YouTube.
So let's stop it real quick because I don't want Boom Church to strike me. But real quick on a few things that was said. He basically introduced himself. If anybody isn't familiar with ERAN ELHAIK, ERAN ELHAIK has made his fame in the field of genetics, in the field of genomics, by challenging the Jewish paradigm by saying that Jews are not indeed ancient Levantines, but actually they go back to Khazarians. That's where his claim to fame has come from. It's a completely pseudo stance, and a lot of Black Hebrew Israelites that harbor hatred for Israelis, they always cite them. We read IUIC page that probably was written 10 years ago on Microsoft Paint. We read it, and they basically cited him as well to discredit Jews. many groups try to use them, and now I'm hearing that allegedly Zion Lex is using it. His Khazar theory. This is why they reached out. They didn't reach out to David Reich, or at least I haven't seen anybody in the community reach out to people like David
They
Reich
don't even know David Wright more than likely.
or Lazarus or any of the myriad of geneticists that we have. There's so many you can. Priya Morjani. They didn't reach out to them. They reached out to him because he's very famous amongst BHIs and even some Black Islamist groups that try to discredit Jews. Yaz Botanical said, do any Jews go back to the Khazarians? Some may, but the claim that the large bulk or majority of them do is not found in science. It's not. It's not empirical. So some maybe some of them with the G, maybe some of them with the R markers, maybe they do. Elcom, I'm telling you, man, it was Microsoft Paint, bro. Like it had to be. It was terrible. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Channel here. So let's see here. All right.
You want a socket. Wisdom comes with benefits. Visit SignalWiseCall.com today.
BMW, Freightliner, Ford.
All right, while that's doing that, because I can't skip it, I can skip it now. To answer my brother Ramal Yahu, G2A was found amongst the Khazarian royal burials. So I mean, the Khazar twins, you know, we've unveiled your ancestry, man. Represent.
The Cagnet twins.
That question is the origin of Yiddish language. Now, Yiddish is a language that consists of German, Hebrew, and Slavic elements written with Aramaic letter, and it has been spoken since the 9th century. The prevailing view is that Yiddish is an old German dialect, where the alternative view is that Yiddish is a Slavic language that used to have Slavic words and grammar, but over time it shed its Slavic lexicon and adopted German words, while retaining the Slavic grammar. In a sense, Yiddish speakers sounds like Yoda from the Star Wars universe. Yoda's language also consists of words in English, real and made-up one, like Wookiee and Jedi, but the grammar is off. Yiddish also consists of 251 words for just buy and sell, suggesting it was invented by traders. Language, geography, and genetics are all connected. The further I move away from England, the more dissimilar the DNA and languages of the people that I will encounter will become. So if we have a tool that converts genetics into geography or languages, we can find our answer. Fortunately, in 2014, we published the Geographic Population Structure, or GPS tool, that does exactly that. GPS converts DNA information into geography. So to answer the hypothesis of where Yiddish speakers came from, we applied GPS to the genome of Yiddish speakers to find where their DNA is from. Surprisingly, GPS took us to northeastern Turkey. At first, we did not understand the result, but when we looked at some old books, we found 4 ancient villages named Ishkenaz, Eskenaz, Ashkenaz, and Ashkuz, names that may be derived from the word Ashkenaz. This place resides on a hub of trade networks. This is where Silk Roads and other trade routes converge. We speculated at that time Iranian traders, Iranian Jewish traders flying the Silk Road, moving merchandise from east to west, from Asia to Europe, identified this region and made it their center. They converted the local population, and to maintain their monopoly on trade, they invented a secret language, one that only Jews can speak, while they remain conversant in all other languages. With their secret language, they could move all their merchandise back and forth and move information between East and West to maintain their monopoly. Shortly after they invented the language, they relocated. The young Ashkenazic Judaism was relocated to Khazaria, and some 500 years later, When Khazaria was destroyed, they moved to Eastern Europe. At that time, the network collapsed and Ashkenazic Jews separated from their brethren of the Iranian Jews, and the two populations went their separate ways. Yiddish was stopped being used as a straight language and was now start accumulating words in German while retaining the Slavic grammar. Our results are consistent with the Slavic hypothesis, suggesting that Yiddish has a Slavic origin and that it has originated in ancient Ashkenaz that is located in northeastern Turkey. By applying GPS to the genome of Yiddish speakers, we were able to find ancient Ashkenaz and villages where the DNA of Yiddish speakers has originated probably over 1,500, 2,000 years ago. The search for ancient Ashkenaz has been going on for about maybe over 1,000 years. And now we believe we found it. Of course, this needs to be verified with archaeological evidence.
All right. Did everybody hear that? Did everybody hear that really good? Because I know sometimes when I don't unmute or when I don't mute, sometimes it has an echo, but I hope everyone heard that really good. Dr. ERAN, are you a troublemaker? Do you like causing trouble?
Of course. What's life is for? Just going straight lines? Hey, what kind of life is this? This is Matrix. This is not life.
Oh man, I know you took a lot of heat for coming. Not only you, but Professor Slomo and others like yourself that's over that in the land of Israel. Why are you guys causing these problems like this? Why?
I want to talk about the video that was just played and shared on this channel. As far as the Yiddish language, I don't even know why this is of importance. I guess if you're trying to track the people who speak that language today, which Ashkenazi do speak it, I do agree that it does have a Slavic lexical base and origin. I've read a whole book called Ashkenazi Jews and the Biblical Israelites on this channel that discussed that very theory, and I think is very much so possible. So as far as the Slavic thing, I agree with the Khazarian thing, which I wish he would have played the part where he talks about his Khazarian theory. Before we get into the rest of this clip, I want to read you guys from the book that I've already covered on my channel. You can go to the playlist under Genesis 49ers. You'll see Ashkenazic Jews and Biblical Israelites, the entirety. I read the whole book, overviewed it and everything. So you guys can get that gem later. But right now, we're just going to read the portion of where it talks about the Jews in Khazaria and how I believe like ELHAIK and his cohorts and a lot of BHIs take his work, take his work for as if it's gospel and as if there's no opposition to it. So let me share my screen and we're going to read this here. Then we'll get right back to the clip. I'll be very quick with this, but I want you guys to see this. This source here. All right, so this is Jews and this is Ashkenazi Jews and the Biblical Israelites. When I'm finished reading, I'll show you the cover page. As I stated, we did cover this. So Jews in Khazaria, after circa 670, the Khazars appear on the scene, and admixture with them should not be excluded, although we have no information on this. We only know for certain that King Bulan of the Khazars converted to Judaism in 861. We should realize that Jews had been living in and near the region called Khazaria for more than 850 years before King Bulan of the Khazars converted to Judaism. So real quick, before I finish, this shows that Jews are there, right? This is not a mass conversion of the whole Khazaria kingdom. And it does not show a displacement of original Jews by the Khazarians. This is this weird ideology that's being spread on social media by Hebrew Israelites and cohorts, but it just does not match the historical record or the genetics. It says here, the following question seems therefore justified. Did his conversion add significantly more converts to the already large Jewish community? Or was the situation maybe such that the king converted to Judaism because there were so many Jews already living in his kingdom? These questions cannot be answered as long as we do not have information about the Khazars. And as mentioned before, a Jew in Khazaria did not have to be converted, had to be a converted Khazar. Before Halpern discusses the Khazars, he makes the following statement. For more than 600 years, Jewish settlement existed only in this one corner of Eastern Europe north of the Black Sea. The lone Jewish presence during the first 670 years in the Common Era may make the Khazars considerably less important for East European Jewry than assumed by some scientists. Bournois writes that Kitaba ibn Muslim expelled the Jews from Khwarazm, south of the Aral Sea. They arrived in Khazaria, and including among them, there were numerous rabbis and scholars. There were already a great many Greek or ex-Syrian Jews in Khazaria, just as there were all around the Black Sea, but it seems to have been the secretic Judaism of the Khwarezmian Jews rather than the traditional Judaism, which became the official doctrine of the Khazar state. In due course, Talmudic clergy were fetched from Baghdad, Khorasan, and the Byzantine Empire, close quote. However, she does not provide a reference on which this information is based. In 721-722, the Byzantine Emperor Leo III, the Isaurian, ordered Jews to be baptized. Part of the Jews left Byzantium. In note 13, the author writes that around 722, the Jews began to come to Khazaria from Baghdad, from Khorasan, and from the land of Greece. If Jews indeed fled to Khazaria, they must have known that it was safe for them to go there. The most logical reason for them to know that there was a presence of Jews living there already. This is another indication that Jews have been living in the region for quite some time. In 873 and 74, Jews in southern Italy were baptized, but nothing is known about an immigration. Second migration from Byzantium did take place, though. It is known both from historical Al-Masudi and from a Jewish source that the emperor's policies, Romanos I, caused a considerable migration to Khazaria. Starr refers to information circa 930. Many Jews had migrated to Khazaria, having come from all cities of the Muslims as well as Byzantium. During this period, the Byzantine Empire included not only Greece and Anatolia, but also southern Italy and parts of the Balkans. Migrations took place from southern Italy as well. Open quote. In the meantime, the relatively strong proportions which stayed the Jews undoubtedly constituted in Apulia and Aria, and later in Baria and Otranto, must have diminished during the 9th and 10th centuries, primarily as a result of immigration and destruction caused by Muslim invasion. So real quick, I'm going to give commentary to this. It's all he's showing here that there's large Jewish communities during this time going to Khazaria, showing you that these people have existed prior to this conversion of Khazarians by King Bulan that they always cite. Where did all these Jews go? Did they evaporate into dust? Were they abducted by aliens? No, these Jews still exist today. It's the ones y'all trying to call Khazarians. Anyway, let's keep reading. It says, but also in this case, nothing is known about numbers. Bartel refers to the scholars who have had difficulty in tracing historical continuity between the Jews who lived in the area during the Hellenistic, Byzantine, and Gothic periods and those who resided in the Slavic principalities hundreds of years later. Was there really such a discontinuity? As we saw above, Jews were living in the region in the 7th century. In the 8th century, 10th centuries, Jews fled to Khazaria. It is realistic to assume that in the 9th century, no Jews were living there. Were there such pogroms in those years that they all fled further on? And the author writes, there is no doubt, for example, that between the 9th and 12th century, Jews were living in Kiev, which had been under Khazar rule prior to the end of the 10th century. As historical sources show that Judeans may have come to Greece, including its colonies in Italy, well before the beginning of the Common Era, followed by migration to the area around the Black Sea. The next problem to be tackled, does genetic data agree with the origin of East European Jews via the southern route? So again, he's showing you the evidence that there was large communities of these Jews, and they fled to these regions that were under Khazarian rule from Greece, from Italy, from different Byzantine controlled regions, which would include Turkey.
Right, and Kiev is in Kiev is in the Ukraine.
Ukraine. Ruth says, wait, Jews moved to that area running from persecution before 700 CE? Yes. Yes, they were running from persecution. That's how they got there. So we're going to go back to the clip. Again, let me show you guys the cover of this book. And I did cover this. I read this entire book on the channel for anybody interested. So Jitzban Stratton, I believe is how you say his name. Ashkenazic Jews and Biblical Israelites is the name of the book. All right, he said, who would have knew? You would never know that because you got BHIs and these different groups, these fringe groups, trying to tell people that these people started with Khazaria. The origin starts with Khazaria, nothing before that. No, these were Jews coming through the southern route, and then when they were getting flushed out by the Muslims in the Byzantine kingdom, they fled to places around the Black Sea region like Khazaria. That's it. Not a grand conspiracy. Anyway, back to the video.
In calling controversies and doing really good science. But second, you need to understand science. You and maybe the public have some kind of image of science as an institution that produces outputs that are always correct and always true. And hey, look, so many people agrees with me, hence I'm correct. That's not what science is about. Science is about challenging controversy. Challenge is about saying, look, the Earth does revolve around the sun, not the other way around. This is what science is. It is about making the next step. The next step may be something that other people did not think of, so they may wish they had thought about the next step. And it's about stepping out of the line, of course, at the price of being perhaps unpopular with certain groups, because once again, either jealousy or disagreement or comfort in being in the same position. Science does not make progress unless somebody's stepping out of the group and saying, this is what I think. And this is what true scientists do in whatever field they are. They're going and do something new. You may call it trouble. You can call it call it original.
Let me answer this real quick. My brother Ramal Yahoo, he says, yes, the Jews were mixing with the Khazarians, correct, or am I wrong? I would say correct, because the Jews were there for quite some time. They would, inevitably mix with the locals. So then they take them in when everyone else rejected them. Are you saying the Khazarians took the Jews in? Yes, at that time they took them in. Just as we just read, they were fleeing persecution from the Byzantine kingdom. And, when the Muslims took over, they were fleeing Muslims in certain countries.
Original, I know what you mean, but they all mean the same exact thing. Shlomo was, of course, not the first, but the first to have, let's say, popularized the idea that not only Ashkenazic Jews are from Khazaria, but that all Jewish groups have originated through a process of conversion wherever they were. That was a very bold move for historian who stood on very, very little genetic grounds, because he's not a geneticist.
Right. Yeah.
He read the necessary biological literature, which was very scant at best. We're talking about blood group.
You're talking about Shlomo San, I think is his name. I have his book here, The Invention of the Jewish People. It's another book that's cited by Black Hebrew Israelites all the time. I don't even know if they read the book. I just know that they own the book. They show the cover of it. And it's another hit piece against Jews, saying that they're not who they say they are. Like he just said, all Jewish people are converts. Well, how do you make that claim when JENT that we find in these different Mizrahi, Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Tunisian Jews, these groups have ancient relatives living within the Levant as reference populations. So using the law parsimony, right? Pretty much the best explanation would be that that's continuity from the people that lived in those regions during the time and formation of Israel, and their descendants today would be what you call Jews that have those same markers. I don't know why is this a controversy, but it has been made a controversy, in particular in the community known as BHIs.
Very, very primitive biology at first. And he had to face all these geneticists who thought they knew so much better because they'll deal with the DNA, and they told him, no, you're wrong. And he had to stand there by himself and said, no, what you're saying makes no sense. So quite bold for a historian, but of course he was right. And he published his book in 2009, The Invention of the Jewish People, and my study was published 2012, focusing on Ashkenazic Jews, confirming that. And again, it's not something you need to understand. Genetic studies and all studies in population genetics, by and large, are being written to present results in a certain way. They're not presenting the truth. I published a paper challenging principal component analysis. It's one of the most common tools in population genetics, the foremost used being tool. It's also in other fields. We're looking at 250,000 papers that have been used this method. I showed that anyone can generate almost every result that they want with PCA. All these Jewish.
So what he's arguing against is PCA plots. What do PCA plots do? These are called principal component analysis. Principal component analysis are utilized in scientific papers to show affinity between groups. How closely related they are. Did they mix with the same groups? Do they have similar autosomes? That's pretty much what a PCA does. And they'll show you genetic distance. Genetic distance means how closely related you are to certain people. He's saying that, hey, all these papers are manipulating PCA plots to say whatever the hell they want to say. I disagree with him. But what's funny with this is, what's funny about this, his argument against PCA plots, that is an indictment on how they're utilizing the autosome DNA to show relations. And the people that are championing ERAN ELHAIK is Yacoba and Teu and the Teu twins. They're using his work to try to validate their false narrative against Y chromosomes. But you do know that he's attacking autosomal DNA when he's talking about PCA plots, because you use autosomal DNA to show who you are closely related to on a PCA plot. All right. So anyway,
studies that you may think about showing these or other results. Jews are clustering separate, or clustering with Palestinians, or clustering, hence they're linked to Israel and so forth. Guys, all of them were generated by the researchers. Wow. All of them.
Wait. So hold, Dr. Aaron. Dr. Ron, I want you to say that again. So are you saying that all of the people who've done the research that's in favor of certain group of people, pretty much they were all from that same group of people or that population? So are you saying that the work is not unbiased in some ways? Or are you saying that it's very, very biased?
All population genetic studies that you read about in the newspapers. There was the recent Ashkenazic Jewish skeletons in England, are Ashkenazic Jews.
So my brother Rel Ruger says, so it wasn't a mass conversion, it was a mass immigration. Bing, bing, bing. What is it? Winner chicken dinner. Right on time, brother. So it wasn't a mass conversion. No, it was not a mass conversion. No evidence of that, but it is more evidence that these people were immigrating there, fleeing their persecution. And then we hear about King Bulan in the 10th century converting. That's what the historical documents is showing us. All right. In fact, before we finish this video, let me go to this scientific paper about this Khazarian theory that this guy has, and I vehemently disagree with. This is what the scientific community is saying, and he's trying to lash out at them. Oh, they're biased, or whatever. Well, the evidence is showing one thing, and what you're saying is saying another. But this is the paper, Genome-wide data from medieval German Jews shows that Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And we read this paper before live. This paper shows that the ancestors of Ashkenazi Jews were more diverse during the Middle Ages. and so on and so forth. And it talks about their origins, and it gives 3 point of origins. And when we get to the Khazarian portion, it says the available historical evidence does not support a third hypothesis, according to which early Ashkenazi Jews were primarily descendants of early medieval non-Jewish converts to Judaism, known as Khazars, a polyethnic tribal constellation then resident in the Caucasus and adjacent regions. This is not supported with the historical data, and it's not even supported with the genetic data. So, the brother Elhaik should know that the Khazarian burials have been revealed. We know what their DNA is. The unmitigated gall of this platform.
Well, Elhaik considers himself a maverick. He's going left. So.
Right. This paper talks about the second theory, this is the theory that I subscribe to, and has a lot going for it. And this paper actually supports it with the genetic analysis it has. It says the second theory regards Ashkenazi Jews as purely medieval formation that did not arise until the 10th century. According to this theory, Ashkenazi Jewish communities initially arose in the form of just a handful of family groupings and a few episcopal and royal urban centers. In the early AJ were the descendants of Jews from Southern Europe. There was continuous Jewish presence in Southern Europe since Roman times, and an extensive network of intercommunal ties linked these Jewish communities economically, culturally, and demographically to other Jewish communities around the Mediterranean. Research shows that early Ashkenazi Jews of Northern Europe were the recipients of Jewish liturgical, legal, mystical, and linguistic practices from medieval Southern Italy. And I believe this is the most probable explanation of how the Jews make their way into Europe. They go through the southern route as opposed to the Rhine hypothesis, right, which is the other one. Somebody asked earlier, I thought I saw it, maybe y'all saw it too, about them coming from Germany. Okay, here it is. Sankova says, I think there is a new study out saying the origins are in Germany. This is an old hypothesis called the Rhine hypothesis. And I don't agree with that. I'm thinking the evidence is showing more that most of these Jews are coming from the southern route. Either one you pick, it does not demarcate these people as Jews, right? If you pick the Rhineland hypothesis or the southern route hypothesis, none of them demarcate. The only one that tries to demarcate them as Jews is the one that ERAN ELHAIK tout, saying that they're Khazarians. There's no evidence of all Jews or a large swath of Jews being Khazarians. There's no evidence of that. All right, anyway, back to the video.
And there is now today in Germany, all of them, all the results in these papers could be easily influenced by the scientists who could decide whether a certain group would look Jews or non-Jews.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought you're talking about controversy, so are they going to talk about this study?
So are you familiar? There was a I just recently heard about this, probably about maybe 10 years ago. There was a Wayne State study on Jews. Are you familiar with that Wayne State study?
No. Weinstein study?
It was.
What did he say?
It was a university, I guess Wayne State University did a review on Jews that are in the land of Israel as, I guess, being authentic or whatnot. I'm not too familiar with the fullness of, but I'll email you the link to that so you can kind of check it out and give your analysis on it. But from what you're saying, from the little bit that I understand, I know that some of those who did the Wayne State study, they were Israeli, I guess geneticists from Israel, and one particular person who was bringing up the such study said that that he felt that though it was biased towards it because of who was doing the study. He felt it shouldn't have been more predominantly. It should have been other type of geneticists, I guess, versus those that are from the land of Israel.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with this one, but Nurit Kirsch, she's an Israeli scientist. She showed that studies on Jews done by Israeli are far more biased toward these, let's call it Zionist narrative, Then studies done by Jews outside of Israel, which are the second bias. Then studies done by non-Jews outside of Israel. These are the least biased. And she showed it very nicely. And she demonstrated the reason that there was a strong government support to, again, emphasize the Zionist narrative. I'm not in love with this term, Zionist narrative, but that's just it. The point is, show that modern day Jews are connected to the land of Israel through genetics. And that's a hard thing to do, right? Because it's difficult to find address in the genes. And the way it was done, which may sound counterintuitive to some people, because it is, the idea was to distinguish Jews from every other population. So they would be sort of isolated, sort of their own race, but at the same time close to Palestinians, because and Bedouins, like the Levantine population. However, you may not use that argument to argue that Levantine's population are native to the region. Only Jews are, even though they're the one who took you to this region, because otherwise you will be in space. Right? We're putting populations on the map, and then we're showing Jews are close to them or not, but the same logic cannot be applied to these populations. So that was how those studies were written. And
so this point right here that ERAN ELHAIK is saying, I agree with it to an extent. If you're saying that you're close to these other Levantine populations, then you're saying they belong there as well as far as ancestry. And I was reminding some Jews on Clubhouse about this, like, you have the same genetic makeup as many of these people that you guys have propaganda against. As far as politics, it's none of my business. I'm not working for the government of Israel. Neither am I a citizen of the government of Israel. But what I will say is this: those people that you're finding out that you're close to, or have the same genetic markers in history and makeup as you. So these claims that you're making about genetics and making about your ancestry does still apply to them too. So in that regard, I agree with Dr. ERAN ELHAIK.
Sort of, again, talking about the bias in science, it's confirming each other and supporting each other and saying and referencing each other. So you may think it looks like an actual science, except that it is not.
Wow, that's very interesting. So I guess this whole thing, let's kind of transition into, because the conversation comes up about the Khazarian, and I know Arthur Kessler, I know you're very familiar with that. Why does it seem as though Arthur Kessler's work or his book or whatnot, as well as yourself, it seems as though people have went into overdrive to try to discredit Arthur Kessler's work, as well as I know on your channel as well. And I'll pull up the video and just show the people without kind of going into the whole thing. They can watch it later. But on the Khazarian theory, or the Khazarians, and maybe many of the Jews would convert into the Khazarian whole thing. But talk about that. Talk about the Khazarian.
Exactly. That's what you brought him for, to bring the Khazarian theory, because that's what y'all agree with. That's what many of the BHIs agree with. So they're going to use this to slander Israeli people or Jewish people. I'm looking at the chat. Rael Ruger says, yes, show the migration from the Levant to the place they call Ashkenaz in Turkey before they went into Khazarian. We have the Bantu expansion. What was their route? I showed that in the book earlier. Y'all didn't see that? Ramal Yahoo says, can you show the migration map through the centuries? Because a document stated that there were Black Jews, Portuguese and German Jews up there in Spain and Portugal. They use that reference, but ignore what else? The whole document. Okay. Ruth says we need maps to see how Israelites migrated. I read it earlier to you guys. Did y'all missed it? When the scientific paper in there was an actual map in that book I showed you guys. Right, but demography is the study of migration patterns, right? And when you talk about Jewish demography, I subscribe more so to the southern route, where these people, of course, they come from the Levant, but after they leave the Levant, they go to places like Greece, Italy. They go to places like Galatia. They go to places like Anatolia. Then from there, they go into Eastern Europe and they make their way to places like Germany. Right. So let me read it again. Let me show the book again. No, this was just like 10 minutes ago. He said they went north. Yeah, just save me some time. I literally just had this on the stream, man. Y'all must be y'all must have had a video playing. Y'all just listen to the audio. All right, so when you go to the Ashkenazi Jews and Biblical Israelite book that I showed you guys earlier, let me go back. Window, boom. All right. In this book, he actually has that map right here. Y'all see that? See the arrows? Y'all missed this? Oh, you at work. So it says right here, major Judean Jewish migrations leading to East European Jewry. All right, so I'll just read it to you. Rel and my brother Ramal Yahu. Judean migrations from the land of Israel to Anatolia. All right. And it says Judean migrations from the land of Israel to Anatolia, Greece, and Italy. Number one, this arrow here that's labeled number one is Judean migrations from Anatolia to the kingdom of the Sumerian Bosporus. The arrow that says number two is Jewish migrations from Byzantium, southern Italy, Greece, Thrace, and Anatolia to southern Ukraine. Arrow number three, the arrows in the figure indicate the beginning and end point, not the routes taken. All right, so this book actually provides that map of how they got there. And then once we read this segment, it explained how they got the Khazaria from these regions because of the persecution that they were receiving from Byzantium and Muslim powers. All right. Anyway, stop stream. Let's go to scientific paper real quick and just read it again. So here it says our results provide new evidence, although do not definitely prove the theory of AG origins in Italy, given the good fit of QP atom models that had Italy as a source, particularly southern Italy. Southern Italy is one of the very few places in Europe where there's evidence of Jewish demographic and cultural continuity from the late Roman into the early medieval period beyond. During this time frame, Jewish communities of southern Italy were at crossroads of Jewish Mediterranean life. They were in direct contact with Jewish communities of Byzantine and early Muslim Palestine, from whom they received liturgical traditions that they transmitted into Europe and later turned up in the Ashkenazi Jewish prayer book. They were also in touch with Jewish communities elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean by virtue of the fact that southern Italy was part of the Byzantine Empire into the late 11th century. All the evidence currently available indicates that during the Roman and early medieval periods, Jews were highly integrated in southern Italy. As we read earlier about, let's go to the hypothesis real quick, and we get back to the video. Let's go. If I can get back to the hypothesis, where was it? Hold on. Basically, the hypothesis said they're descendants of Jews. We read one of them that said that the Khazarian theory was pretty much defunct, and there's no historical references that prove that at all. But many people still want to push it. ELHAIK still wants to push it, even though all this data is available. Someone said something the other day. Would you debate him? I'm like, yeah, I'll debate him on this. Pretty confident I got enough information to tear that doctrine to pieces. Anyway, here it is. So right here, the second theory regards AJ, Ashkenazi Jews, as purely medieval formation that did not arise until the 10th century. According to this theory, Ashkenazi Jews communities initially arose in the form of just a handful of family groupings and a few episcopal and royal urban centers, and that early Ashkenazi Jews were the descendants of Jews from southern Europe. And that's just the one that the theory that I lean on. It I think has good evidence for it. All right. All right. Anyway, back to the video. Let's get back to the video, y'all.
Yeah, gladly. Well, first of all, let me start by explaining a little something about the Khazaria, and this is not some kind of anti-Jewish scheme. It has been studied by Israeli scholars. There was a conference in Jerusalem, in the Hebrew University, bringing experts all over the world to talk about Khazaria and the origin of Jews. They produced a book about it, an excellent book contributed by many Israeli historians and Jews and non-Jewish scholars, and they had one of the first book which was not translated to English. Unfortunately, you have to read about it in Hebrew. Was written by Israeli scholars named Pola, okay, who was in Shlomo San's department. So this is, if you have any ideas in your mind that this is some kind of anti-Jewish plot, you're listening to too much propaganda. Now, why do people dislike that? For two different and opposing reasons. One of them, they like to think that Jews are a race, so they can dislike Jews and discriminate against them. And that was the case of David Duke, this grand wizard from Louisiana. He has a webpage showing me and Shlomo and our friends from the 13th tribe there, and claim, hey, look at their shape of their nose. So, you know, we may not have the skin complexion, but we may have nose issues there. And that was his case. He's by no means supporting. So he was challenging the findings of the theory, not because he's a big fan of Jews, but he's a big fan of the concept of Jewish race that he can later discriminate against. If there is no Jewish race, then they're like all other people from one way or another. So these are one group of people. The other group of people that are opposing this theory may have been subjected to Russian propaganda, because Russians do not like the idea of having a Khazar kingdom in the southern borders, controlling the regions and defeating them for quite a big part of the battle. So
it's a conspiracy.
Ego.
So if you oppose the Khazarian theory, then is Russian disinformation. Who did I hear that from before? If y'all been keeping up with the news, Biden's Hunter Biden's laptop, when that came out and it first hit the news 2 years ago, what did Joe Biden come out? What did Sleepy Joe come out and say? It's all Russian disinformation. It's always the Russians' fault, man. Like, stop it, man. Cut that shit out.
That we're all familiar with, unfortunately, far too well. But and another part of that group are simply people who have issues with their identity. And let me tell you something, being Jewish has never been easy, but it is far easier today than it has ever been. And that's part of the problem. If there is minimum discrimination, and if Jews are the most powerful ethnic group in America, second or first only to Persians.
Hold on, Dr. ERAN. Can you rewind just a little bit? You said that Jews are the most powerful. I've heard this statement said recently when I had Rabbi Weiss, who's a Hasidic Jew, and he's against Zionism. Could you say that again? I don't think people really understand that.
I'm not sure I fully understand. I'm quoting a survey that I recall.
Okay.
In terms of socioeconomic status, which also encompass politics, assets, education.
I want to say something towards this, because he's Jewish himself. Those things. Anything happens to Democrats, blame Russia. Brought to you by Hillary Clinton. Is it a bad thing that they're a minority in America and these people are very affluent? Like, some of these arguments are ridiculous. It's like AOC is using the word billionaire towards Elon Musk as if it's a slur or an insult. Like, what? That's an achievement. Oh, I got a billionaire skin. Oh, look what this billionaire did. And I feel the same way when these conversations come about with Jewish people and them have their ability to be affluent and make money. right? We read the study of how well they do in America. A lot of them make $100,000 or more a year, which is very good. And them being a very small minority in America is very impressive. I don't know how is that a knock. I can understand you critiquing them as, for the negative things some of the people do in that community. Understood. But how are you going to knock somebody from being successful? That makes no sense. You know, and I feel like that's in the same vein here, what's going on. You know.
Influence. Jews are number one. Iranians are number two.
Okay.
And like I said, whether the order is reversed or not, I'm not sure. Yeah. And if I may continue, and again, when you're part of this group, and hopefully live to satisfy the criteria of this group, and not just somewhere at the bottom, you have very little. There is very little that stops you in your way, and then you start asking, what is it about me that makes me a Jew? And the answer is that a lot of people, I don't know, because you eat non-kosher food. Of course, you don't go to the synagogue or only go on high holidays. You don't really do a lot of the commandments. It's impossible to do all of them. There's so many of them, and some of them are for women. Some of them are not even relevant for our times. So no one person can come and say, I'm doing all the mitzvahs. Now, Reform Jews adopted a rather redundant principle in Judaism, which is tikkun olam, correction of the world, which I personally admire.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, it is fine to argue how we're doing it, but it is something that is very difficult to do nonetheless. But they made it their motto, which is absolutely fine. But some people don't have the means to do it, or they cannot do it. And at some point, you're asking yourself, what am I? Where am I come from? These kind of difficult to answer questions. And then at some point or another, you define yourself by some connection with Israel and the ancient stories, which is very, very popular to do because it's so easy. You just have to believe in it. And then somebody comes and tells you that story, you know what? It's just a story, just like the Exodus in Egypt. That didn't happen. It cannot happen. We have no evidence that it happened. So what? You're not going to do Passover anymore? So you're not going to support.
And, you know, these guys, like, I don't know Mr. Dr. William Brown too well, but if anybody else said that on there, it'll be a bunch of pushback, but they're not, because he's selling this story about the Khazarian. He's packaging it with it. ERAN ELHAIK comes off as someone that's very secular, that doesn't really look at the biblical narrative as even being possible as far as the Exodus and stuff of that nature. That's what he's bringing up now. But his point is saying, like, if it is fake, then you stop to keeping the tradition. That's basically what he's saying. And William Brown, my brother, Dr. William Brown, I'm just going to say this. I think if it was anybody else who said that in a setting with Israelites, they would have took offense or tried to at least bite back, I guess, on that situation. But anyway, it is what it is. I don't know this brother, so
support Israel anymore because this is not where your roots are. So it's like one big mess. So people don't like that.
All right.
A bit of a long answer to your question.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So let's kind of transition into the site. Okay, so let me share my screen, because I think this is definitely very important. And then if you guys at towards the end, if you have any questions for Dr. ERAN, definitely put them in the chat. Make sure that the subject of the conversation or the question is based upon the subject of the conversation in which we're having. Sometimes I know y'all can veer off a little bit, but that's okay. So let me get into this. Share my screen. I want to go to the website here. Let's see.
Did you know over half of gamers worry for their eyes? Well,
Let's share the screen. This is my Zoom meeting. Where are we at? Okay. Here we go. All right. Can you see that, Dr. ERAN?
I can. Okay, that black screen thing on your.
Oh, hold on. Let me try to.
Do you see it? Because last time a student showed me he had problem with their screen.
What about now? Can you?
It's fine now. It's the bottom right. I didn't realize it can be moved. All right, tell me about it later. I'm fascinated already. Yeah, let me. this website is a genetic testing website. You can either get the kit or upload your file from any company as long as it's autosomal file. So don't send me DNA stuff. This will compare your DNA to the ancient DNA of people who lived in the past. The goal is not to tell you you're 50% English or 20% Levantines. That's never the goal. It's we're not asking modern day people who they think they are, and then we tell you you're looking like Dr. Brown or Dr. ELHAIK. No. All the comparisons are done with people who lived long time ago. So every test has actual people behind it that she will compare the DNA one with each person in that test. So in the Vikings, for example, we have 27 Vikings. 2 of them, we have their full names. There was a love story in there. One of them was a married woman. The other guy was a single. They had an affair. Unfortunately, they got caught. They were executed Viking styles, which means suffocations and then departing of the body parts and then hanging. I'm not sure really what's the point of doing that after you already got the person, but that's Viking. We don't ask these kind of questions. And I don't want to even tell you how the woman was executed. But these are actual people for whom we have the names. We have all the 13 Israelite tribes. There are 12, of course, but Joseph had 2 sons, so it's Menashe and Ephraim. So it's 13 tribes. And there's Greeks and Paleo Indians. So there are Chumash. And if you click on I ask you to click on the old products. Just want to show you something cool that we added.
Okay, all products.
Old product. And if you
All
click
right.
on the Asher tribe, so the first one on the right.
I'm trying to find it.
It's on the first row on the right.
Oh, okay. First row. Right. I'm right on this row.
My right.
Hold on. I'm trying to
Yeah,
find
this one. No. You were there.
Okay, this one here.
You see the person with the tree on it?
Oh yeah, to my Asher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Click on it.
Okay, click on that. Okay.
Yeah. Click on that video picture, please, under the icon.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's play please. So that's where all the skeletons are from, and then we added these boats. This is the Asher tribe. So they're of Greek origin, which is now we know. Well, Mycenaeans. Which is now we know because we have actually the ancient DNA. We know their origin. We can tell where they're from.
Wow.
And then we have these altars. You may not see it very well, so there is a bit animation there. And the whole point really is to thank you so much. The point is just not to give you percentage like all other tests, like you're 20% this, 30% that. The point is to, if indeed you are, to get you be part of this culture. There is all this information we provided about every test. There is information at the individual ancient person level, who they are, where they came from, what they used to be, and how is your DNA fit in that culture? Because if you came from this culture, it happened many, many years ago, but what could your ancestors have been as part of this tribe? And again, if it's in the data, if it's not, then you're going to have fun reading. So this is what these tests are designed to do. If you're scared,
ERAN ELHAIK, why you didn't tell them? The majority of your community is African American. The majority of them are not going to match to these, as you call, Greek tribe of Asher remains. Majority of them are not. Because he said, if you're not, you're just going to have fun reading. So basically, if you buy these packages, which I'm going to buy one of them, so you guys can get a taste of what it is. If you guys want to spend your money and patron him, go right ahead. But at least give you guys a preview of what it is he actually offers with each of these packages, so you will know. Because a lot of times y'all hear certain things, y'all get excited. Like he was like, yeah, we got tests that can prove that we from this tribe and that tribe. And didn't even take out time to do any due diligence and study what actually the man is telling you and telling you what the package actually involves and entails.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You are.
Yeah,
say what now?
That's what I was thinking too. Do I sound like I'm a long way from the mic?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, because I'm like, if y'all take this test y'all not gonna connect to them remains. I'm like,
right.
I'm thinking to myself, like, does the person he's interviewing even know? Does what's his name? Does Mike even know this? Like,
From my recollection, he bought the Judah one. He bought the tribe.
he's gonna get 100% sub-Saharan African.
But he doesn't show. So I'm gonna show y'all the website. I'm gonna buy one of these packages. I might get it tonight and just show y'all tonight or whatnot.
Watch all Tails followers take that DNA test and they don't match, none of them remains.
So this is the tribe of Reuben one, and it says Reuben tribe, and it goes all the way back to 8,000 years before there was even a Reuben on the planet Earth, if he existed, right? 8,000 years ago, and that's what I find intriguing. I think I'm gonna get the one that's titled Gad because it says 15,000 years ago. So I'm like, 15,000 years ago. Are you including Natufians in that? So I might have to.
That's what it is.
Yeah. So it tells you the time frame. It tells you the difference between a basic test and advanced test. Hey, look, I'm not hating. He made a business model. His business model gonna make him good money because a lot of people are interested in this stuff. But what's gonna end up happening is Black Hebrew Israelites are gonna get their feelings hurt when they take this test because you're not going to match with these samples, right? So the one I'm going to get is the advanced test one, right? Personalized ancient ancestry report, 15 to 30 ancient individuals per test, 12 geographic regions, extensive records of the ancient culture, 50 plus modern populations. So they do factor in modern populations. In-depth ancestry analysis, latest scientific knowledge, interactive interface to discover your roots, 12 tests with Amber subscription. So if you get the subscription, you get the test. This is very expensive. It says $20 a month. It's going to come out to like $240 some if you do it the diamond way. So what I'm going to do is just test one of these packages.
Does he have one for all 12 tribes of Israel? You got to take a test for each tribe. What about all 12 at once?
It's genius. It's genius. This man is making money. That's the point. He's selling his product, and his product, let's go to all products. His product is designed to get you to buy these separately, or you can say, oh, that's all expensive. If I buy the higher resolution one, 60 times 12 is what? So it'll come out to that number. Or you can just get the diamond, which is like $248 a year.
Whew.
Yeah, he said it's gonna call you a Cushite, Yeshub. Yeah. And I've already got the which this might be cheaper. This might be cheaper than my true ancestry because I didn't patron them. I didn't pay them all type of money to get to the highest level. And the thing about it is, it might be cheaper than my true ancestry, but my true ancestry gave you more. I think it gave me more samples. As far as
way
more, because it wasn't just focused on Israel.
Right.
Where is that? Where is that? Available test or coming test? My dashboard. How do I get to my DNA real quick? Oh crap! Hold on, let me show that.
I might buy one of these tests just to see. But the most it might give you, if he's using Natufians, the most it might give you is a little bit of Natufian DNA.
Here it is, my results. View my result. I'm 99% Stone Age African, which I showed yesterday. Said they getting all the money, man. Hey, man, he practices his Jewish rights. All right, let's get back to the video.
Man. Yeah, I'm going to skim through this website. What's the name again?
AncientDNAOrigins.com.
All right.
Absolutely welcome to do a subscription. This way you can have unlimited tests for very small price. And we have, we actually have a coupon, which I can give you the code right now, if that's okay with you, Will.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. If anybody wants to, Dr. Aaron is going to give a coupon discount for the price. So if you guys want to go ahead and make a note of that, those who are in the chat, once he give it out, if you could type it, I guess type it in the chat. Hold on, I think he sent it to me. Hold on, let me see here.
So I can read it. It's ADO, Ancient DNA Origins, small caps, and then 401211. So that will
Okay.
give you 40% off of all the products, all the tests, and the subscription. Just not the swabbing kits because it's cost a lot of money.
Yeah. Did anybody make a note of that? I have it here, but make a note of that in the chat if you have. If not, he'll read it one more time. But I need someone to make a note of that in the chat. We have about 80 people in the chat live right now, so I want to make sure that
I'll read it again. So it's small caps ADO, and then 401211. Yan, ADO 401211.
all right. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Iran,
thank you.
for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Did anybody make a note of that? I have it here, but make a note of that in the chat if you have. If not, he'll read it one more time. But I need someone to make a note of that in the chat. We have about 80 people in the chat live right now, so I want to make sure that
I'll read it again. So it's small caps ADO, and then 401211. Yan, ADO 401211.
All right. Okay. Yep. Thank you so much, Dr. Iran.
Thank you
for that. I really appreciate it. So I guess I want to ask you a question about me. I'm, I did like 5 DNA tests, right? So are you familiar with GEDmatch?
Yep.
Okay, so I did GEDmatch.
Hey,
GEDmatch gave me some good stuff, some monitoring the limbas, Jews, some Yemenite Jews. When I did this DNA test with you guys, and let me read just a little bit of this percentage. It's kind of blew my mind. So I'll just give maybe 3 of them. Israel Bedouin. This is like this is one of them, which is
here you go. Here you go, Avery.
The chart of here. It says Israel Bedouin.
What?
It says Yemenite Jew, and it says Moroccan Jew, Tunisian Jew, Algerian Mozabite. Wait, what is going on here?
I give this? Whose results are these?
These are mine.
Yeah, but what tests?
This is from the I think I did the
is this the GEDmatch?
No. This is from Ancient DNA Origins.
Can you show me the screen? All the tests here are ancient. There is no way I would tell you anything about Tunisian Jews.
Hold on. I'm reading here from I'm reading it from the screenshot that I took of mine. It just has here, it's under the DNA test kit. When I paid for it, I uploaded it through GEDmatch to the site here. It gave me genetic similarity. Is that a genetic similarity? I think that's what it says. It has the list. It says Arabia, Middle East, Iraq, Caucasian.
Are you in the population wide result?
Hold on, I'm not sure here. Hold on. I just
Didn't he just say earlier it came from GEDmatch, and now he's denying it's from GEDmatch?
I don't know how you feel about your genetic privacy, but
I got it. Let me get my
if you want, I can show screens. I can share my screen and show you what's in these tests.
Okay, yeah. Let me share. I'll share the let me see. I guess I can make you a host, and then
click on the share screen and just let me share my thing.
Okay, hold on.
Because right now I'm disabled.
Okay, I've made you a co-host.
You should. No, I need to be able to. Now I can. Okay.
Okay, so
can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to my account, my results.
Okay.
I'm gonna do Viking if that's okay with everybody. Okay. It's not really my DNA. Let me show you. Which one did you say it is?
This one is I chose I think it's an option for Levite and Judah and those things like that.
The only one that may not be in my list. I'll take the share tribe if nobody minds.
Okay.
View my results. Like I said, my sound not a great example. I'm sorry. I'm gonna show you the Viking. The pilot I used is far more Scandinavian.
So real quick, let me pause this.
The first part shows you breakdown.
Let me pause this because there's some y'all missed on this video, and I don't know
Yeah,
if he
earlier,
said. Go.
yeah, earlier he was saying he had like Mosbat Algerian and Yemenite Jew and Ethiopian and Limba. Wasn't he reading from Jedmatch? And then he denies he was reading from Jedmatch, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, that is the case, and it can be verified because his Jedmatch number is out there on the videos.
Yeah, I was like, why didn't he just say? Then he's like, no, this is from ancient DNA. I'm like, wait a minute, are you lying right now?
So there's only a few people who use stuff like that. Like if you see Limba and Mozabite and all that type of stuff, just understand it's coming from Jedmatch stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, and then he's, oh man.
Even my true ancestry, right? They use calculators based off of Jedmatch stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they have the one that comes up with number, etc.
And then straight up denies it. Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was the case, man.
Look, he did the Asher test. So if you pay the $60 for the Asher test, this is what it's going to say. Well, most of the African Americans is going to say this: you do not share genetic similarity to any individual.
Dang, pay $60 for that.
Yeshub, how is he delineating the 12 tribes or whatnot? Is he just doing it based upon the areas in which they're supposed to inhabit and whatever DNA they found in those areas based upon the time, or what?
100%.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
He says that.
Oh,
That's
wow.
why you have some tests that are like 15,000 years ago. That's obviously a Natufian. That's not an Israelite. And then you have another one that says 11 BC.
It says your genetic similarity to individual members of this culture is shown below. Click on the bar to see the story of each ancient individual. All the ancient individuals were found in archaeological excavations. They were dated and associated with this culture by archaeologists. The ancient DNA of all individuals were extracted from their bones and sequenced in special genetic labs that specialize in paleogenomics. With the exception of ancient Vikings, all the ancient individuals in our test were buried without personal identifiers. Their names were thereby given by our team according to their culture, and their life story was reconstructed by our team geneticists, historians, and archaeologists. So they are the ones saying this is the tribe of Asher, and this is their story, blah, blah, blah. The power of reading.
A great example. I'm sorry. I'm going to show you the Viking. The file that I used is far more Scandinavian than anything.
Okay.
So the first part shows you a breakdown of your ancient ancestry.
Yep.
To regions. Yeah. This one has the individual Vikings in the test, so you can see how similar you are to each one of them. And you see I'm clicking on the names, and you see how their story changed. So this skeleton was excavated here and there.
Right.
I can click on learn more. That will put me on the other screen. So every individual Viking and every individual in every test.
You know, what's funny about this is, they hone in on the part where it's possible that E1B1 could be a part of the Israelites, but his DNA, with what DNA that he has, he could not demonstrate that on his page. And that's why I said a lot of you guys are jumping up, getting excited, saying there's a test out there now. We can see what tribe we come from. Don't believe the hype. That's all I gotta say to you. You fall for it, you fall for it.
No, let them buy it and find out. Let them spend their $60 and find out. Let them do it.
Well,
has its own page,
right,
where you can see his Y haplogroup, for example. We can see if it matches yours. So this kind of ID for it. We drew,
and the brother took a he took the damn, what you call it? He took the Levi and Judah one because the American blacks are supposed to be all Judah and Levi or some shit.
Yeah, but real quick before you hit play, like, so right there, family, like, so he's not saying he doesn't believe in haplogroups. Literally on his website, he just told you, like, you can see if your haplogroup matches this guy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you watch this video, it is nothing in this video is in agreement with what's their name? Tayu them. Come on, man.
Video.
It's not mind trick, you know what I'm saying? The force is not strong with y'all.
Drew those coins.
Okay.
Again, we want to bring it to life. You need to understand a lot of these are just bones found in nowhere.
I got you.
All right, so we did everything we could to bring them back to life and make you relate to them. So this is the breakdown of these ancient Viking individuals. This is how it is close to the other Vikings. Gonna see if it was.
I thought you was against PCA plots, Dr. ERAN.
Man, you feel me? Like that's what
That's a PCA plot. Come on, man.
Yo.
Remember you said a PCA plot can just be altered and used to make any story up that you want to. That's basically what you said, Dr. ELHAIK. And, you know, you're selling a product that has that same damn feature. Come on
now. Native or not, so you can play with that. I like to do this. This is their modern day legacy. So which ancient genetic legacy, which other ancient people are similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm gonna go back to the screen, which I think you mentioned.
Dang, how many ads are in this video?
Discover Werther's original caramel.
Bro, Boone Church is getting money, bro.
Got to pay for the DNA test, bro.
Stories about ancient individual, and this is the history of ancient people. So we want to make sure you have enough literature for all the Thanksgiving / the Christmas meetings and family stuff. If you get bored, you can always pop back and read stories.
So what?
This
What
is the
yeah, that's what I was going to ask about the genetic legacy. And
the genetic legacy is what was left of these ancient
Can you
Vikings.
pause up right quick?
Okay. So
And this is
what
you see.
So do you notice he's purposely not trying to show you nothing about the Israelite stuff? Like, so he just showed you, if you click on this one here, you can see the haplogroup and all kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's advertising his business.
But he's purposely like not showing y'all the Israelite stuff because he knows that y'all don't got their haplogroups that he's about to show.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah.
You feel what I'm like, yo, the Jedi mind trick is crazy right here, fam.
Yeah, all them J markers and E1B1B markers.
Because you know what they're thinking, right? They're gonna cop this stuff thinking that they connect to the Natufian stuff. And it's not gonna be in the samples that they have for the areas that they oh my god.
Now if an actual Limba did take the test, then yeah, they're gonna get pings. Right. You know, y'all not like the average African American is not gonna get pings, man. It's not gonna happen.
Yo, that's wild, son.
Yeah, before I even watched the video, I was just looking on Facebook. People was like, "Oh, there's a way to take a DNA test to affirm what tribe you come from." Like,
wait, people are saying this on Facebook now.
I think it was one of these social media. I don't know, YouTube. One of them. I saw the comment. I was like, "Okay, I gotta watch this because that's a false fucking narrative." And I guarantee, I give my bottom dollar that test is not going to do that.
Yeah, here's what I'm trying to understand. So your boy's coming out here talking about like how all these genetic studies are flawed based upon the methodology they use, but he's sitting here giving you stuff based upon the craziest methodology, fam, that don't shake out. Like, this is crazy. Y'all, yeah, do me a favor. Please spend all your money, make him rich.
You made Ronald rich. It's time to make ELHAIK rich.
Yep. Go through every one of them tribes trying to like, you know what I'm saying, like hoping that you hit like it's a jackpot. You know what I'm saying? It's man. Geez.
That's desperate out here. Desperate to be Israelite.
And literally using the PCA plot that he's telling you, man, I'm done. I'm done. And then so Israelites out here citing the dude, you know what I'm saying, claiming, oh, this backs my claim is about not using haplogroups, and he's using haplogroups left, right, and center. You know what they're going to end up. This is what they're going to end up doing with this thing, right? So they've shot themselves in the foot because they recognize dealing with YAP and other people were not that okay. African Americans are not genetically homogenous, right? So we have to figure out some way to make it so where we can be all these different haplogroups, and we can be black, and it's all you know what I'm saying. It's all gravy and whatnot. And oh man, you're gonna make people like this rich just so you can try to you can fail at proving your point.
They hate the white man so much, but yet they're about to make the white man rich.
while he's willfully manipulating y'all, like he could be shown, like Man, like, so if he's gonna say that, okay, like, so yeah, African Americans, like E1 could potentially connect to this stuff. Well, show me that in your research, man. Show me that on your website. He could, like, if I was like, if I was going to come in front of African Americans and tell them that stuff, I show them how they connect to it. But he specifically, we know what, I'm going to go to the Viking one. I hope that's okay with everybody. What?
Hey, they might have better luck buying the Viking one. The Tail Ministries.
Hey, you dig?
Hey, you can buy the Egyptian one and at least get Ramses the Third.
Yeah. Hey, they might get that. Hold on, who was that Invader G that was the Pharaoh down there? Yeah, they might get that.
And if you learn the history of Yuya, he was supposed to be a Hurrian, Asiatic. He was from Brooklyn.
Shout out to Bree getting the Hurrian thing in there once an episode like you're supposed to.
He should sell one called Hurrian. Get the Hurrian package.
Yeah.
So what package had the DNA that went back 15,000 years?
Gad. I think it was Gad. Oh, let me.
So I want y'all to understand the same people that are shooting us talking about, oh, see, they're talking about using thousands of years that go, that, you know what I'm saying? This confirms the macro evolutionary model. So understand, he's using the same time frames.
Yep.
Judah go back 8,000 years.
By the way, I didn't know the tribe of Gad existed 15,000 years ago.
Yo, I'm saying, like, how is Gad way before Abraham?
Maybe Ron Dalton's right about those stargates and time travel and all that.
Yo, this is too wild, son. I can't, like.
Manasseh goes back 11,000 years.
How are brothers going back to different millennia, fam?
Well, Ron Dalton did say that the PPNB era is the Israelite era. That down there 10,000 years ago.
Well, it's apparent that he's an atheist, and he's just basically, he's going off of what most people would want to research. So this is why he's putting these, the years are all, like way off. That's the only conclusion I could come to.
I just know I need to make my website and get these same promises, because I'm pretty sure the yield from this is going to be through the roof.
Yeah, we're messing up, bro. We could have been getting paid. Like, you don't got to be factually correct or nothing. You just gotta make it sound good and look good. That's it. Okay.
Oh, my bad. Don't get the ancient Egyptian one. It says Ptolemaic Egyptians.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So it doesn't go beyond 703.
Oh, he's not even getting. Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, he was running off of what was it? Naphtali. He had that was the one that he clicked on. Brown that clicked on Naftali.
No, that was ERAN clicking on Asher and says, "You are not a relative of these people."
Right, and that one was basically off of that one. He said went back to the Greeks as well, didn't he? So he's basing everything off of, if he's dealing with the Ptolemaic Egypt, he's basing everything off of what? Greece DNA, Grecian DNA, Grecian Y chromosome.
Sound like it. He actually has a Greek Mycenaean package that you can buy that'll connect you to 15 ancient Greeks. So
ELHAIK's new name is Philo.
I'll make a special offer to Tail. Tail, I will buy the Greek Mycenaean kit for you. So I see how many pings you get.
Hey, give it to him on Hanukkah.
You are related to 6 of the 15 samples. Oh man.
So you telling me Teo is a Philistine invader? Somebody call King David.
I'm telling you, Teo has a diverse background as far as his ancestry goes. These people, Europe, mainland Greece, Crete, Anatolia, Central Asia, all the places they hate and despise. You know, his ancestry. You know, he got ancestors and then traded all those places, and trekked all those places.
I'm trying to tell you what I'm trying to see all these people's like Y-DNA because I'm dying because like literally everyone that shows their Y-DNA is not E1B1A from their side.
Yeah.
I'm saying like it's hilarious to me. Like so, like I saw a little bit earlier when you showing Benai and whatnot, right? All these people like they show like their ancestry DNA test. They keep showing like yeah, do the ancestry. Like they I saw how they were doing like the autosomal connection to E1B1. I was like, wow, you're doing that. Like right off rip, I was like, well, I wonder if Benai is E1B1A or not. Right off rip, bro. But that's what I'm saying. Like they
I
got
feel like he is though because he pushes it a lot.
nah, bro. Yeah, so is Ron Dalton E1B1A?
Yeah, he pushes other haplogroups too.
No. Ron Dalton is gotta be some type of Eurasian. He gotta be.
He's probably Papua New Guinea because he always talks about that.
Yo, I feel like he's haplogroup I for some reason. I don't know why. I just feel like he's I.
He haplogroup cockeyed.
No, I'm saying all these dudes talking about so William Brown is he E1B1A? Is Pastor Kelly E1B1A?
I've heard Kelly push E1B1A.
Yeah, they're pushing it, right? But again, all of them they're not showing you their wide. All of them are like, this is my ancestry test. Y'all are too smart to write. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is the wool being pulled over everyone's eyes. Like, so we keep pushing. Like, okay, you take the test from places where you can see your actual your haplogroups and whatnot, right? We're not talking about this autosomal connection to a haplogroup. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. We're not talking autosomal connections. No, we're talking like the haplogroup connection to the haplogroup. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I don't watch enough of their material. I don't know what they haplogroups are. I mean,
they don't say, bro, because they put, like I'm saying, they push the ancestry stuff. They say, oh, like so again, but I'll be like, oh, see, there's my ancestry test, and I have a little bit of Spanish DNA. That's me being Sephardic and blah blah. You know?
Okay, all right. You got Spanish autosomal DNA, therefore you're Sephardic. Okay, got it.
But got not one bit of Sephardic Jewish DNA in it. Just Spanish.
I mean, this is the thing, man. People just got to be more honest with the scholarship. That's all. That's what it boils down to. And Moore's right. Just because you push something don't mean you're part of it, or part of that haplogroup or whatnot. They just got to come out and like, listen, we're gonna release our information. Like I'm showing y'all my tests. Y'all seen all my tests. I show you my results. I showed y'all my true ancestry. I'm going to show you my results on here, which I'm not going to ping on with any of these people. You're going to see it. You're going to see my big Y. I'm going to show you because it's educational. These people are trying to hide and withhold their DNA. Ain't like we asking for your damn credit card or nothing like that. Like this is crazy. Like they're trying to hide this information because it does not go with their narrative, right? Like we still don't know what European countries that comprise of their autosomal admixture of tail. We still don't know because they never released it.
So like your boy Dante talks about lies by omission and whatnot, right? So until y'all tell the truth, like as far as I'm concerned, y'all have European mitochondrial DNA as well. And like I'm saying, 23andMe is saying that y'all are all kind of Khazar Jews or all kind of Ashkenazi, etc. Based upon, and I'm saying Khazar based upon their conception of it. I don't believe the concept of the Khazar Jew theory. They're like again, but like we looked up the DNA when they're talking about there's Khazarian people, you know what I'm saying, that converted that they know the high people that were the ruling class that were G, right? So
Right.
Go ahead.
Wake up and smell the coffee. That's it. I don't know how else to say this shit, bro. Rail Ruger says, so the Natufians are Shem, but older than Shem. I'm guessing this is based off the older Earth model. When do y'all think Shem was here? I thought I said it this today. Maybe you missed it. I believe Shem would have existed, Noah, all of them would have existed around 100,000 years ago. So, give or take. All right, so I guess I can speak on that a little bit longer because Noah will represent a bottlenecking event with the flood, killing all humans, if we're going to take the story literal, and his three sons will repopulate the earth. So that event didn't happen 6,000, 4,000, or no, 4,400 years ago. The best evidence for that event happening would be at least 100,000 years ago. And if the Bible be true, then all extant humans would go back to Noah. Every living human would go, existing human today would go back to Noah. And we do know every human that exists today is older than or have lineages that go stretch back before 4,400 years ago. That's my rationale in a nutshell. Ruger says, and also was all three progenitors of the haplogroups alive around the same time? Yes, they would be. If they share the same father, they would be. And they would all have the same haplogroup until, people grew and became diverse and split up and migrated to their respective areas, and mutations began to accumulate. That's when they would start becoming distinct, separate parts of humanity.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't be having DNA tests talking about the 12 sons of the tribes of Israel existed in different millennia prior to Abraham. Yeah, that's crazy, fam. I still can't get my head around that.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. Like, he's going from a very pure, like Sean said, purely secular aspect. So it is what it is. But the BHI are going to eat this up, thinking that he's saying that, hey, these tests are going to link you back to Asher, the patriarch. Gad, the patriarch. Jacob. They think that this is what these tests are going to do, and you can do.
What about the modern genetic similarities?
Yep, exactly.
So what is all of that?
We told you how similar you are to this culture, right? It was 15%, 20%, but what does that mean? Is this a lot? Is this too much? Is it not enough?
Right.
So we want to give you context to those results. So these are how Finnish are close to the Vikings. So you're not as Vikings as Finnish and Norway. Okay, so these are just modern day populations to whom we applied the test, just like you did, and now you can put the results into context.
That's what I was reading from when I was saying about the Arabian, about the Bedouins.
Yeah. So it's not that you're a Bedouin. This is just the result for Bedouins.
Oh, but results for Bedouin. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. All these companies. So I don't know if I've been.
It's kind of hard to see that.
That's the point. Hold on, real quick, Ebri, please say that. Listen to what he just said.
All these companies. So I don't know if I have Bedouins here. You have Middle Eastern. I may not have Middle East because again, it's not really relevant to this population. If I take another test, it would change.
Okay.
Point is, all these genetic testing that you've taken, they always told you you're 20% this, 30% that. Yeah. But what does it mean? Is it good? Is it bad? Have your parents been good? I mean, you have no idea. There is no context. So this is what this is for. Now you've got context. Now you understand how to place yourself in the universe. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's all. Anybody have any question? We have about 10 more minutes with Dr. Eran.
Did I skip?
If you have any questions, go ahead and put it in the chat. I know.
No, it was a point I wanted to bring out that when you were trying to speak, he said it.
He might need to go back more.
Yeah, you might have missed it.
Because he was like, he said,
go back to where the screen only has like 3 or 4 of the bands on it, because he has it like 12 or 13 right there. Yeah, right there.
And Norway. Okay, so these are just modern day populations to whom we applied the test, just like you did. And now you can put the results into context.
That's what I was reading from when I was saying about the Arabian, about the Bedouins.
Yeah. So it's not that you're a Bedouin. This is just the result for Bedouins.
Oh, but results for Bedouin. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
All right, so is he mixing Jed matchup with this? Because I don't.
He said he was looking at this. That's his words. We don't know. That's what he said.
Hold on, I don't see Mozabite and I don't see Limbo on that joint.
Yeah, I don't see anything that he said earlier.
Y'all ain't letting nothing slide. Hey, but the brother said don't mean you better win. That's the point I wanted to bring out, because a lot of people will look at the, I got Limbo. I'm Limbo. I got this. I'm this. Like he said, Tunisian Jew. So it doesn't mean that you are those groups. They're just comparing your DNA to those groups. All right. What were you saying, Evie? I'm sorry. I just
No,
couldn't.
that's all I had because he said that was the site where it said Bedouin, and I'm basically asking, is he getting Jed Match mixed up with this because this don't say Bedouin, and I think ELHAIK even just said that Bedouin isn't even in his test. So I'm trying to figure out what is William Brown talking about.
Maybe you should email Dr. William Brown. Hey, man, what did you mean by that?
Nah.
Brother William Brown, can you break down what you meant by that?
Or can you just share your screen? Like, just show us what you was looking at. Because he said Mosabite too, and Limba and all that.
Yeah, that's kind of the giveaway, Avery. If you see Mosabite and Limba on the same list, bro, that's like you're only gonna see that on the Jed Match list.
So he was. But how is
you're literally only like that on
mixed
my
up?
Transcestry and Jed Match, and my Transcestry uses the same. So people need to understand, like, Jed Match is an open source. The information on Jed Match is open source, and so my Transcestry uses them as well. You know what I'm saying? And so if you see Mosabite and Limbo on the same test, you're only going to see that from a couple of calculators in Jed Match.
Yeah, I don't know why he's talking about this test.
Hey, Dr. William Brown, I try to give you the benefit of the doubt. These niggas are killing you right now.
I'm not trying to do that right now, but I can't not be truthful to the people.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure something out. That's all.
Hey, man. Hey, Dr. William Brown, man, if you watching, brother, show your you know what I'm saying, show your screen or whatever you was looking at, man. Clarify what's going on.
Hey, but this is also why you need to go ahead and get the Judah joint, Yeshua.
My brother said he got it. He said he got the Judah and Levi one. That's what he said on air.
And that's why you need. Hey, this is what I'm saying, bro. So you know that screen is not going to get shared when that test result comes back, because you know what the test result is going to say, right? And that's why you need to show what your joint says when you get the Judah Levi joint. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to believe it, fam. Like African Americans need to understand this is what, because the default concept in this community is Judah Levi. You know what it is, right? You know what it is, right? So they got to see what it is, bro. Like, what does it look like when a brother, like, so okay, how sub-Saharan African are you, bro?
80%.
Yeah, like people got to see. They wouldn't believe it if I took it, right? I'm not enough as far as they're concerned, right? They got to see what y'all take it.
Let me look at
in the live chat of this video, in the live chat, I asked Dr. William Brown what was his Y haplogroup. Didn't get answered. I asked it because of when he was running down his Jed Match, and I thought I would get an answer. I didn't get it.
After 30 centuries, you can connect with your biblical ancestors at a deeper level than ever imagined. Help us find out what happened to the people of Judah using the power of genetics. Meet the people of Judah tribe. Their story can be your story. You get 16 members from the tribe of Judah. Oh, man. Man, that's crazy, bro. I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words. What does it say here? Watch you. Anyway, back to the video.
Makes sense?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
yeah.
was,
Makes
you
sense.
know,
Yeah.
all these companies, so I don't know if I have Bedouins here. You have Middle Easter. I may not have Middle East because again, it's not really relevant to this population. If I take another test, it would change.
Okay.
Point is, all these genetic testing that you've taken, they always told you you're 20% this, 30% that.
Yeah.
But what does it mean? Is it good? Is it bad? Have your parents been good? I mean, you have no idea. There is no context.
Gotcha.
So this is what this is for. Now you've got context. Now you understand how to place yourself in the universe. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Anybody have any question?
Which his website is going to tell you your place in the universe. Your plot in the universe is a Stone Age African. That's what it's gonna say.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. Like with the whole autosomal thing, right? Like that's what I don't understand. Like, there's no way you can go back to Israel, or like even you can't even get back to Ethiopia, my G, going back 500 years autosomally. Not unless your people came directly from there in the slave trade, right?
Right.
Like, no matter what, with the autosomal route, you can't be. The autosomal route does the same thing as the isolation myth, where we never left West Africa, bro. You can't leave West Africa from that.
Right. And it's man, he gonna make a lot of money off Black Hebrew Israelites, and they're gonna be mad. Oh,
maybe this is what they got to do to understand that certain people that don't know what they're talking about when it comes to DNA, right? Like I need all the tail followers to buy my G's DNA test, all 12 tribes. You dig?
I mean, all these ads that's being run, they should have plenty of money.
And please get the Greek and Mycenaean ones. Please get the Greek and Mycenaean ones, Teo. I know you watching, my brother. Get the Greek and Mycenaean test, bro, and take that joint.
Somebody say DNA.
And it's actually pretty easy too, because if you've already took your DNA test, I know you got a 23andMe kit. All you gotta do is upload. All they're doing is uploading your kit and comparing it to the available data they have. That's all that this website's doing.
We have about 10 more minutes with Dr. ERAN. If you have any questions, go ahead and put it in the chat. I know people have a lot of questions here. So if you have any questions, somebody, man, it look like I'm gonna need some coffee. Any questions, go ahead and put it in the comments so that way we can read. I know you guys probably maybe 8 to 10 seconds behind us. It's about 90 people in the chat live. So any questions, go ahead. Dr. ERAN, if you have anything else you want to share while we're waiting on them to type the questions.
I'm trying to remember. There was something I wanted to tell you. Really struggling to remember. No, but I just come back from gender equality meeting, and we were shown the numbers which I already knew about the disproportional number of women and minorities in the academia.
Right.
I'm happy to answer these questions as well. If you have if this is something you considered, but you feel it's too difficult, too elitist, too white, too anything, I'm happy to answer questions of this, because it was very, again, thought-provoking meetings. Honestly, not sure the problem is here. The problem is that certain math, physics, they're getting fewer women, fewer minorities. University is not the one making the decision to reject these people. They're making it. Problem is not with us. The problem is that way earlier. On the other hand, we have fewer women professors. So again, that's not at my level. It is here, but not at my level. It starts later on when women and minorities already in the academia, and then they just drop out for some reason. Yeah, so there are all these issues just as well, not exactly part of my studies, but it is part of our world and our culture. And if any of the listeners have any questions about it, or want to know how to survive in this culture, I'm happy to spend some time chat about this too.
Well, we have here a question. Brother Aerospike, he goes by the YouTube channel Aerospike. He says, let me see, let me find it. Trying to find this question. Oh, no, that was Aerospike. It was Brother Ace A, someone named Ace A says, how is the DNA handled when done? I guess once the DNA is collected, I guess he's asking how is it handled, or how is it, the process of, the coming up with the results and who you're connected to and all that stuff like that.
I assume he means his own DNA, not the mommy's DNA.
I think that's maybe what he's saying.
Yeah. If you're uploading a file, your file stays on a secure server and you can delete it at any time. Your file is not being sold, licensed like other companies do. We have no contract with pharma. You see, I put it here. We'll never sell your data to third party. This is not our business. We also, you can be certain of that because we don't ask you about any type of phenotype. The data that you provide is absolutely useless if you don't say, look, I have this rare cancer, or look, I have the gene that makes me live until 200 years. If you don't say this, we cannot guess that from your data. And we don't ask these kind of questions. So yeah, your data is on a secure server and you can delete it at any time. If you're sending a kit, you're ordering a kit, you're gonna swab, you're gonna send it to a lab. The lab will extract the DNA and send us again the file. They will eventually destroy the kit and your DNA in it. They're not in the business of keeping data from random people at all. So your privacy is guaranteed to the best of our abilities.
Awesome. Travis says, Dr. ERAN, can the Israelites show up genetic as more than one Y DNA haplogroup?
Yeah, absolutely. They're quite diverse. We've seen T, we've seen J's, we've seen CTs, we've seen E1. So I'm getting a lot of emails from African community asking if they're related to the ancient Israelites. I say impossibly. They are ancient Israelites with the E1 and other letters and numbers in the data set. And like I showed.
So again, this statement they took and said, oh, he's proven. Listen to what he says. He says it's possible, and he's using a haplogroup to do so, not sub-Saharan autosomal DNA. Okay? If you go off your autosomal DNA, his website tells you that you are a Stone Age African. That's it. Not an ancient Levantine, not an Israelite, not from the tribe of Asher, not from Judah, not Gad, none of that.
Showed you with the Viking person, this test will answer this question as well. So I've been getting those questions for years, but I could never answer. There were no ancient DNA samples, but now actually there are. You know what I wanted to tell you? In 2009, when I finished my PhD, I started postdoc at School of Medicine, Johns Hopkins, and I wanted to work on the ancient Israelite because there were so many studies about Jews. They told me, you can't, there are no studies. Like, then how come you're studying Jews? How do you link them to the land of Israel and whatnot? And then I read this study and I was like, it's all deception. There were no ancient Israelites. How can you possibly say anything about a modern group without an ancient reference group that you're telling me, and here how we prove they're connected? No, they're not. This is bullshit. and this is what my work studies. You can compare them to the closest possible reference groups. Yes, but we again need to pretend those groups did not change for thousands of years, which is I'm fine with pretending that. But the way those studies were done, they never compared them to group from the Caucasus and the Khazariya boundaries. They always compared them with the group where they wanted to see the highest similarity, in this case, Palestinians and Bedouins. So when you look at Jews and you compare them to Palestinians and Bedouins and to the other reference, which for some reason was English, they came up closer to the Middle Eastern ones. Hence the conclusion, Jews are from the Middle East. Like, no, you're framing the question according to the answer you want to get. Now add the actual groups from the Caucasus, you'll see how all the Jews are going to the Caucasus. And that my study was the first to do that. It's a very simple question. You'd agree with me, right? Are they closest to Middle Eastern or Near Eastern population? Very simple question. There's no bias about it, except they didn't do it because they knew what's going to happen. Everybody sits in their lab and generating their own results, and then they publish whatever it is that they want to publish. They just did not want to publish that. And my study was the first to do that. And that study went and became one of the 100 most read studies of that year because a lot of people were so excited to see it for the first time. It wasn't hidden anywhere. It was there. It was just people did not look at it. And now if you grow up in Israel and you go to the kind of school that I went, you wouldn't see it either.
So we got a couple more before you get out of here. It says Mark Juherd, for Dr. Elhaik, can the Y-DNA be used to trace your lineage accurately?
Depends on what you consider accurate. You have a certain Y chromosome. The person who lived 200 years may have the same Y chromosome, but he may not be your ancestor.
Wow.
You guys may have the same Y chromosome, but so many other people can have it. So if you have the full Y chromosome of you and this other person, which is very difficult with ancient samples, then you have a stronger base to make this kind of claim. Okay. And yep.
All right. Let's see. We woke now. Question, Dr. Elhaik. Can he explain the genetic distances among the Jewish community?
So we discussed this yesterday. What he meant by that. Again, I'm not a descendant of Shun, but Shun has the same YAP group for me. That does not mean that we don't share common male ancestry, and it doesn't mean that someone that has G2A shares the same paternal ancestry as me, because that's what this community has taken. So I did get the Judah test for the discounted price, and it came out like $35, right? So I'm going to show y'all this right now. You guys are going to get the reveal right now. You know what I'm saying? It's an educational channel. I try to be as educational as possible. I try to break bread to teach people, you know. But here we go. I listened to more. I wanted to get one of the Northern Kingdom ones, but I listened to more because I think it was strategic to get the Judah one. So let's click view my result more if you're still there with me. I'm going to click view my result. Stone Age African. Genetic similarity to the tribes of Israel, Judah. You do not share genetic similarity to any individual.
Is that yours to shoot?
Yeah.
Much appreciated, my G.
Okay. When did these results get here?
No, it just compares it to your kit. I already have a kit because I've taken 23andMe, so I just put my 23andMe in there.
No, I mean, how long did it take for it to like finalize?
Maybe I was doing it when the video was playing, so maybe like less than a minute.
That's not bad. That's pretty
wow.
Good. So go to my results, the tribes of Judah, view history of the ancient people.
Yeah, well, I want to see what YDNA they say Judah and Levi have.
Well, I know why Yeshua isn't Judah. It's because he's an Edomite.
Let me see. They got a bunch of bullshit. This is what you'll be paying for on the site. Oh man, really? This is all you getting?
But it's just a bunch of history of the kingdom of Israel.
So
this was $60 right here.
View stories of ancient people.
Isn't there supposed to be more like doesn't it test modern samples too? Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
Well, see what modern people you connect to. That might be.
Look, my name is Masa, and I live in Lachish in 750 BC. My origin and life story were reconstructed by ancient DNA origin scientists according to the knowledge of my people. The ability to produce and store food has reduced the risk of famine, and more people are now settling down in one place. We use flint tools, including axe head, arrows, heads to hunt wild game birds. We also have large fig trees, which produce a generous crop. We still gather what we can from the uncultivated land, such as nuts, berries, honey, when we can find the beehives. We never take it all, leaving enough for the bees, so they do not seek out, a new hive we might not be able to find. Continent Asia, town, Lachish, culture, Jordan, gender, male, mtDNA, J1, Y haplogroup, T1.
Shout out to How Music.
Shout out to How Music. They give you a map. Ancestry breakdown. By analyzing over 3,000 ancient individuals, we identified 11 regional ancestry gene pools that emerged, collapsed throughout our history. Now, 7 of those gene pools are available in the beginner version of the test, and all 11 gene pools are available in advanced. This is the advanced version, by the way. The genomes for everyone, ancient people, modern people, and even you, is represented as a combination of these archaic gene pools. Different cultures consist of varying proportions of these regional gene pools, which allows us to study them and compare them. This allows us to find the most genetically similar ancient individuals to your ancient genomic makeup. So this individual is 94% Israelite and 6% European Bale Beaker, according to them. 0% everything else. So in reference, I'm 0% Israelite according to Ancient DNA Origins. I'm 0%. So ELHAIK's team does not does not support me.
Yeshub is EU 290, right? So
Yeah.
he's E1B1A family.
Keep calm down.
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Uh-huh. And he's basically saying the Israelites go back to these ancient people, which we agree with too, right? So it said the Israelite gene pool is extremely ancient and can be dated to the Epi-Paleolithic era when bands of hunter-gatherers began settling in permanent settlements and formed tribes. By that time, the life cycle of plants became clear and the hunter-gatherers began planting seeds in fields. They built houses near those fields and formed communities to protect their crops. The first permanent settlements date to 14,500 years ago, and a grave found in one of the early settlements, a woman's grave, was found alongside a wolf cub, the ancestor of modern dogs. Tools or process of food found on these sites reflect a new equilibrium between humans and nature, where humans took a bit more control of their lives by processing and storing food for rainy days as well as protecting it. This is one of the most exciting gene pools in the world and haven't been found at high frequencies only in Israel. Not sub-Saharan Africa, to my brothers, the twins that are watching. It is strictly associated with Canaanites and Israelite culture that developed in the Levant, 80 to 100%. They're not going to like this because they've been teaching that it's in sub-Saharan Africa somewhere. It says, it's like, the frequency of this gene pool drops dramatically outside of Israel and inconsistently, suggesting it was carried out by migrants leaving Israel. Within Israel, it can be used to distinguish between locals and newcomers like the Sea Peoples. It also allows assessing to what extent the newcomers were absorbed within the host group. This gene pool allows determining the genetic continuity in the region within the territory of each tribe. High frequencies of the gene pool is the hallmark of ancient Israelites, and its continued existence outside of Israel allows following the people who left the country. Then he has his little PCA of the other samples that she clusters with. Massa's ancient genetic legacy. The heat maps represent the ancient genetic history of Massa, with red colors indicating high genetic similarity due to shared origins, and green colors less genetic similarity. As you can see, this is easily in the Levant. All right, let's look at another one. Let's look at another one, man. Go back. We click Massa. Okay, what they got here? Netcha. Poor. That's a woman. Let me see.
Go to a male.
Ishmael?
Or the one above him.
Elishiv.
Or Boaz. There you go, Boaz. That's a straight Judah name.
My name is Boaz, and I live in Arad in 650 BC. My origins and life story were reconstructed by ancient DNA origins. We read this earlier, blah, blah, blah. Continent Asia, town Arad, culture Jordan, gender male, mitochondrial DNA U6, Y haplogroup J. And he's 69% Israelite, 19% Canaan and Anatolia, 8% Mesolithic and Neolithic East Asian, and 4% European bell beaker. 0%. The one we belong to is Stone Age Africans, according to this site, right? We're all Stone Age Africans. 0%. Just individual. All right, we read that earlier. That's where they found it.
They're saying that go find another male and see if they're saying that it's consistent with J, or if they got a whole bunch of different haplogroups there for the males.
All right, let me go to Kiva. CT. So this is probably one that wasn't they weren't able to what do you call it? Sequence the genome further than that.
Wow. What was Ishmael?
Let's see. Ishmael. T1.
Here's what I'm like. Here's what I'm intrigued with, right? Like, so this is supposed to be an ancient like concept, right? They're trying to track you to something ancient, but they're giving you an autosomal result, right? Because if you're E1B1A, you should be getting hits that would connect, just like with my ancestry, you should be getting hits that would connect you to the E1B1 that they have there, right?
Right.
But they're not showing you that at all. They're not saying you connected that stuff back there. They're saying, no, you don't got they're giving you you're a Stone Age African. You got nothing to do with this over here.
89% Israelite.
Wow. Okay.
Which one we did? We did Akiva, Alon.
I bet you if you go through them, ain't none of them E1 like he was saying, or E like he was saying.
This is J2. And this is 92% Israelite.
No L3. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna be disappointed. He probably gonna block this video. Like, look, man, I want that African American money too, man. I saw Kiva Alon, V. Bethlehem, R1B. So some of your African Americans might you might ping with him through your haplogroup.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you might want to take this test, man.
87%, and this person is 87% Israelite.
And again, if this is an ancient test, it's going to be before the sub-Saharan African contribution to the genetic stock of like the founding basal population of the Israelites or whatnot, right? Or the.
There you go. You want to be?
Oh, there we go, fam. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. That's so interesting.
All right, so
in this is Stone Age African like A and B or what? Or is it L? That's crazy.
77% is like.
So how is this an ancient test if you're E and they got E1 there, right? So they're talking about like it's just like basal, like come on now. Oh my God.
Well, he's saying they're comparing your autosomes to theirs.
Right. It's an ancient autosomal comparison. It's not like
So wait, Ivy, which one we do? Girl.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Being as a female, mtDNA is R0. What's their composition?
Yeah, I need all the tail twin followers to buy all these tests, fam.
91% is like, all right, so Boaz, I think we did this one.
Yeah, we did Boaz.
Elashiv. E1B1. There we go. Another one.
We got two E's. There we go.
E1B1. 64. Oh, 3%.
Oh, 3% Stone Age average. There we go.
3%. 64% Israelite.
Wait, which one is that?
The one they call Elashiv.
And what's the time period and the breakdown and everything?
3050 BC.
Interesting. Okay, so that's Bronze Age.
Copper going into the bronze. Yeah.
Jordan, and he's E1B1. Okay, interesting.
30% Stone Age. We got one. Gila.
So why is it showing the J2 there? Scroll down.
That was the mitochondrial.
No.
Oh, you want to go back to Elashiv, right?
The last one you just had, yeah. I want to see.
J2 mtDNA.
Oh, that's the mtDNA. Okay. And so, all right, okay.
We've seen these samples before, but this is their interpretation.
Right,
of it.
Exactly.
Ishbard. Yeah. Well, I have the group T1. How Music won already, man. Look, 30,000 and Lakish. He from the tribe of Judah. Look, Israelite 80%.
So far, we got one person with Stone Age African DNA at the whole group.
So Ishbard was the last one. Okay, now we're going to go to Ishmael. I think we did this.
We did that, yeah. We did Massa as well.
T1. All right. We did Massa. They're going to nigga. I mean NECA. E1B1.
We got 3 E.
Three, the tribe of Judah. 50, and this one also has Stone Age
3%.
African at 4%.
4%.
So it looks like all the ones that say E1B1 have Stone Age African.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
What was that about Tanzania?
So this basically saying the same thing it says on my results.
Oh, yeah.
Let me click the Israelite one. What did that say? Israelite G plus string. Oh yeah, I read this already. All right, so which one was that? The NECA. Oakland. CTU 6. 94% Israelite. Then Poor. There's a female M1, which I think M is Middle Eastern, yeah. 91% Israelite. Shoshana, mtDNA, and 93%. And last but not least, Sorrel. Matt Sorrel, T1. And 77% Israelite.
So they're saying E1B1 has like 3 and 4% Stone Age African, and they have like what 2 or 3 times as much M9 DNA.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
So my results. View population wide results. This heat map shows you how far genes of the ancient individuals, including the test, have arrived. So the Yemen Jews, of course, 48%. Saudi Arabia, 47%. Yemen. Oh damn! I can't save you, bro. Ain't no Bedouin choice up here.
Are you sure you don't see Mozabite or?
There it is.
There you go.
42%.
Ain't threw you a bone.
Well, I'm looking for Mozabite and Yemeni Jew as well.
Lebanon. Let me click Israel Bedouin.
I'm looking for Limba. What you talking about?
Oh yeah, and Limba, yeah.
North Africa, Tunisian Jew.
Oh, there's Mozabite. Oh, they are using the open source stuff. Okay. I retract all previous statements, family. So we're right on all accounts. He was reading jab match information, but it was the open source information being used by the website.
I agree with Moore's statement.
To the ancient tribes of Israel, Judah culture is with modern day populations. So I guess 30% of the Tunisian Jews go back to these samples. If I'm interpreting this right. Mozabite, Morocco. Let's go to Turkey. The Druze are very high.
Jews aren't in Turkey; they're in the Levant.
How much is Ashkenazi Jew right there?
39, Turkey, Turkish Jewish.
I think this is actually just Natufian DNA because that does look like the distribution.
Calculator I'm not familiar with. This doesn't look like the Jed match stuff in the previous one you just did. I'd be intrigued to see how many different calculators. Excuse me, how many different calculators they use.
It said this heat map shows you how far the genes of the ancient individuals, including the test, have arrived. Y'all got to fix y'all English. Have traveled, I think what you should say there. That just don't sound right to me. Anyway, Iraqi Jew, 45%. Russia. Look, the Chechens. We already know why the Chechens so cluster so close to them.
Who are you?
Right. I mean, wait, hold on. I want to see the Jewish community there. Oh, Caucasian Jews, 22% with these ancient peoples. Bangladesh, 3%. They got a high percentage. That makes sense. There's some J markers there. Western Europe, the Malta.
Yeah, why he don't have like the horn on there or nothing?
Bro, this is not for he didn't make this website for Teo. No.
No East African on that, man. So they're gonna give you Stone Age like African, but they're not gonna give you like the Stone Age African population. Oh, no. Oh wow.
Just so y'all can remind y'all, most of y'all are gonna see this. Genetic similarity to the tribes of Israel, Judah. These do not share genetic similarity to any individual.
I'm surprised they wouldn't even tell you that your DNA would connect to the E1B1, right? That's crazy, bro.
Because my autosomal admixture is not similar to them.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But like, it's crazy. Like, you're paying that much, they can't even tell you that your Y DNA connects. That's funny. That's funny. So the only way you could connect to the thing, they're telling you, no, we're not gonna do it for you. Like, you're, man. But understand. So hold on, wait. So Teo and them was pushing the autosomal model. They kept saying the autosomal DNA was the best way to understand your ancient, like, connecting to Abraham over thousands of years, right? So again, your autosomal DNA, like if your whole game plan is like, okay, my West African autosomal DNA is what makes me an Israelite. Well, they're telling you your autosomal DNA ain't there. Not like that.
That's why I said 2 years ago, whenever that video came out, I was like, bro, your autosomal DNA ain't gonna match with the ancient peoples of Israel. It's just not going to. Anyway, that's what y'all should expect. You know what I'm saying? Go out there and patronate ELHAIK. You know, that's and then he gives you history, a bunch of damn literature you can probably get anywhere else. Hey, it is what it is. I ain't gonna hate on the man.
What you just showed, like all them graphs that you showed, like those are reference populations that had nothing to do with you, like the individual who bought the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's telling you, like, his complaint is like, yeah, reference populations, they get muddied up and when people use them to do whatever. And he just shows you a whole bunch of reference populations that have nothing to do with you. So you have to individually compare your numbers to those numbers and know what it is. Like, yeah, that's crazy to me. Like, because if you don't know all that, you could assume, like, so William Brown was making the assumption that it was saying that, like, he had these percentages. Do you know what I'm saying? But you have to understand, like, no, it's comparing those, like, those ancient populations to the DNA. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
You know, the crazy thing is, if a Jewish person, like an actual Jewish person that they would call a Khazarian, were to take this test, they're actually going to connect to the Israelites.
Yeah.
That's the crazy
part. 100%. So the dude pushing the Khazarian theory is literally shooting it in the foot.
Man.
Because we did show, like, Jay already. Like, we, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Well, he had a couple.
1B.
Yeah. What was that Teo in there? Oh, Jacob was like, oh man, Jay's Ashkenaz.
If Jay's Ashkenaz, then what is
How much longer we going here?
They got some interesting stuff right here, man. Look, Bible researchers proposed that the Levites were not part of the original Israelite community and joined them later on after the boundaries between territories was cemented.
You know, that's what Shlomo said on Clubhouse. He said he believes that, because, you know, he's a secular Jew, and he believes the Israelites are just a branch of Canaanites, and that the Levites may have been the only ones that came from Egypt in the Exodus. And the Exodus isn't how the Bible describes it.
Right.
Only Levites.
He's got it here. It is possible that the Levites were members of the Habaru, hired to build the city and used an opportunity to escape Egypt. This is secular Jewish talk here.
100%. That's exactly what Shlomo said.
Yeah. We already knew what we would get. We said this before I even purchased it. I already knew what I was getting. Right. It said, Howard, this group did not cross the desert directly to the land of Israel, but instead traveled in the desert. What? They did not cross the desert directly to the land of Israel, but instead traveled in the desert. But this, I don't. I'm not reading. Maybe I'm not reading that right. That's not making sense to me. Blah blah blah.
$5 says that they start pushing it, saying like, no, all them graphs prior to were saying that we all have the same connections to these populations. Like we're 22% connected to the Cochin Jews. We're 45% connected to this population. We're all.
I read it that way. Yeah.
Look what else ELHAIK teaches. He says, therefore, over 200 years later, when the Levite runaways arrived and asked for sanctuary, the Midianites welcomed them in the name of Yahweh and passed on to them the knowledge that they gained over the past 2 centuries. The Levites absorbed their stories, laws, and geographical knowledge of the region and married Midianite women, experiences that are reflected in the marriage of Moses to Zipporah and the teachings of Jethro.
Israelites are nothing but a branch of Canaanites. That's the big secular argument. Garfield says that too.
Yeah, he just made Garfield's argument exactly 100%.
So people who are pushing this, like, I wonder if I should say his name. Well, the people that are being interviewed in this video who are pushing this don't even realize that, one, this guy's an atheist. ERAN ELHAIK is an atheist. He doesn't believe biblical Abraham or Shem existed. He takes the view that the Israelites are just Canaanites that may have rebelled against Egypt. It's the peasant revolt model. And so there is no Abraham. There is no Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. There is no Shem. So why are y'all even pushing this DNA test? It makes sense. The Israelites are Canaanites to these people.
There's something interesting here. It says here, we use the geographically closest genomes to the Red Sea from South Canaan, as no Egyptian genomes are available from the relevant period. We need to use more remote genomes from Central Africa. That's interesting. So they're going to say, oh, see, we've been proven right by by ELHAIK again. We've been proven right.
No, they don't want to prove that because Central Africa is supposed to be Hamites, right? He'll be making us into Hamites.
No. He's saying this. I'm just being, silly. But he says we have sufficient genomes from the region of Red Sea and Dead Sea to reconstruct Midianite genomes. The relative homogeneity of the Israelite component in the region gives us a good idea of how genomes in the region look. We reconstructed 2 cohorts of people from Pi-Ramesses and Midian. According to the consensus in biblical studies, these cohorts represent the ancestral groups of biblical Levites in the early days. Just before they entered the Israelite territories, after which the Egyptian signature would have been lost. As expected, this ancestral group has a higher African component than the rest of the Israelites, 18% versus really nearly none. Both groups exhibit a mix of Israelite component with some European admixture, as exhibited by many Israelite tribes. Overall, the basic test includes 5 genomes, and advanced test includes 15 genomes reconstructed by our team that represent Levites living in the city of Pi-Ramesses and Midian during the 1170 to 1250 BC before they journeyed north to Canaan. Blase. So there you go.
Doesn't even follow the biblical narrative.
Oh, this is a good one too.
Yeah, what's this say?
A bunch of BS. It says all those genetic data are Apache over time and space. The data are sufficient to provide a complete picture for all the territories throughout many time periods using our genetic reconstruction tool. Our tools use the available genomes over time and space to predict what intermediate genomes look like. This allows us to puncture holes in time and get a snapshot of what people look like 8,000, 10,000 years ago, as if we need a time machine. As if we had a time machine. Combining these snapshots over time create the history of the people of Canaan, which brought here for the first time. As more data become available every year, the accuracy and comprehensiveness of the reconstruction will improve. With that in mind, we are set to launch on the most significant endeavor in historical studies of the Middle East, reconstructing the history of the Israeli tribes. There you go.
Hey, quick question. I forgot. Was anybody in Judah haplogroup G?
I didn't see one. They need to take that Mossinian test, bro. All right, man. All right, I'm done. Y'all got a preview. Y'all got a preview. You know what I'm saying? What else y'all want from me? What Tyree say? What more do you want from me? Anyway.
Yeah, I can absolutely do it because we're now we just finished a very large study about that. May I just supplement my previous answer? Before the genetic testing were made available commercially, two studies were done that started this era. The first one is the Levite study. It was absolutely horrible. They just looked at people who, with a surname of Levites, 1/3 of them had the same Y haplogroup, and they decided that the ancient Levites must have the same Y haplogroups. And this is the kind of bullshit study that they published. Study number one. Study number two was done on the descendants of President Jefferson. It was said that he had an affair with Sally Hemings, that time a slave, and they traced his family tree and they studied the descendants. Now, Jefferson did not have kids, male survivors, but there were his uncle was, which is fine, same Y haplogroup, and they concluded that some of the siblings did have the Jefferson family Y haplogroups, but they did not conclude that they were Jefferson's kid, because once again, you may have the same mutations but not be in this family. However, it was likely because they all had their family tree with Sally Hemings. So I'm giving you these two exact studies so you can see what a cautious scientists do and what buzz-looking scientists do. But both these studies were very popular and they both influenced the creations of genetic testing companies. The second question, what we did now was collect all the genomes of Jews worldwide, not just Ashkenazi Jews, and we calculate the identity by descent, which is the way genetic testing companies are using to find family relatives. And we did it for Jews and non-Jews, which was, again, a no-brainer, but a novelty in genetic studies, because that's not what genetic studies want you to take from their studies. They want you to take that all the Jews are close to each other and that they're all going back to Israel by association of just being close, which is, again, another nonsense. We compare Jews to non-Jews and to Jews. And all of a sudden, what did we see? Well, sort of what we expected, but not exactly. Ukrainian Jews were very, very similar to Polish Jews and non-Jews. And Polish Jews were very similar to Polish non-Jews. So yes, all Eastern European Jews were very, very similar to Eastern European Jews, but they were also close to Sephardic Jews. So they're not exactly separate populations. Whereas other communities were, again, similar to each other within the communities as expected, but much more similar to their neighbors. So it's not like all the Jews in the world clustered together genetically. They're not. It's going by communities, which again supports Shlomo San's thesis. They were all created through events of conversion of local populations into Judaism at one point or another.
Wow. So mostly pretty much.
Bro, that sounds like a whole bunch of nothing to say that like wherever the Israelite men went, they took the women from the area, and that was it. That sounded like that's all that was, like what you would expect to see everywhere for him. Like this is what Yeshua and Ivri keep saying about the fact that he takes a secular model, whatnot. Like, so again, the biblical model is that there is a founding population of people that are of two groups, like of two sections, right? One is of a tribal lineage, one is of a national lineage, and that makes up the mixed multitude. So you should see the mixed haplogroups or whatnot. However, you should see the basal haplogroups that make up the tribal lineage. This is what it is, fam. Hello?
I hear you. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah.
That's a big fact, man. But you know what's gonna happen when these guys buy this test, bro? They're gonna go to the stream, like, yeah, I got my test. I'm gonna show the world that I'm an Israelite.
They ain't gonna show nothing. They gonna take that test and
Oh
get
yeah,
mad for nobody.
I just paid $250. Let me see what it say.
You know what
View my result.
That test's going to show you what we've been saying about the fact that phenotype is fluid, right, over genotype, right, in the sense to where it's going to show you that autosomally, like now recently, you look West African or whatnot. But if you try to connect these ancient populations, you don't look West African.
Hey, bro, they could be like, "Oh shit, you do not share genetic similarity to any individual."
Emotional, damn it.
Oh, I'm glad you added that clip. That's perfect, bro. That's perfect.
All right,
we gotta have that detail every time.
Version would be
exactly
okay. All right, so brothers, we have two more questions. We're gonna let Dr. Aaron get out of here and whatnot. This has been beautiful. I thank you so much once again. This has almost been, for those that don't know, we've been working almost 2 years of talking to each other back and forth in email, trying to get this thing going up because he was working on this
my
project.
apologies. I like to come to talks prepared and having websites in the air rather than saying, oh, we may launch this website one day, and COVID and all puts a damp on our efforts. But I'm so happy we can talk about it and talk science. And I had lovely time talking to you and answering audience questions. I apologize for having to cut short. I'm in Sweden. Okay. It gets dark at 4.
Okay.
And getting home at night is not pleasant. I can take, if there are any more questions, I can take a few more minutes.
Okay, we're gonna take one more and let Dr. Aaron get out of here, and when his schedule is open, we hope he'll be able to come back. Let's see here, one more question. Let me find something that kind of oh man, I may not be able to find it. I kind of lost it. It was something referring to, okay, here it is. His beautiful truth. Her question is, doctor, my black husband has Y, I guess chromosome IS8522, but I can't find a definite locale. Is that Eurasian?
She said my black husband. So it wasn't mitochondrial, it was Y chromosome. She said my black husband has IS what? We're gonna look it up right now. We're gonna do it right now.
And she said she couldn't find a definite locale. Yes, from Scandinavia. Like it's either from Scandinavia or Sardinia.
Haplogroup IS. I know I5. You know what I'm saying?
That's Northern European. Likely gonna be either Northern European or Southern.
The question is, doctor, my black husband has Y, I guess chromosome IS8522, but I can't find a definite locale. Is that Eurasian or Levantine? Yeah, IS.
He's like, I don't know. Yes, it is. There is one. You mean you're not familiar with it, brother? Let me see. I just found an IS8522. What do you mean my connection is not private? What the hell?
Wait, what?
I clicked the link. It's like your connection is not private. What the hell?
Somebody trying to hack?
No, you ain't trying because I didn't go on there when it said that. Let me put this in the chat so everybody can know. This is the haplogroup, and I just found it. Somebody said I'm thinking Germany. There it is. There. Oh, here you go. As our ancestors ventured to Africa, they branched off in diverse groups. They recrossed the globe over 10,000 years. Some of their migrations can be traced. Blah blah blah. I see 23 and me IS. So let me go genetic homeland. You do that. Genetic homeland, and we'll answer the sister by genetic homeland, going to the pedigree. No, the DNA pedigree tab, yeah. And then go to YDNA, Blasi, IS8. IS8522. And we're going to figure this out right here. Search. Oh, come on, just saw it. And I seen a snip of 22andMe. There we go. There we go. We cooking with Crisco, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Here it is. So your husband, so that's just that was asking, is I2A, I2A1, and
Try to make that a little bit bigger. That's mad small for the people.
Right, hold on. I2A. So he's a branch of I2A1B1A2B. It was found in the Poland mass grave of 2800 BCE. It originated about 7,800 BCE. Every male from the Kozak, however you say that, Poland mass grave of 2800 BC was I2AL801. It has a paper right there, Stroder 2019. Then this is your marker here, S8522. So it falls under the I2A branch, which is European. So that sister's husband is European. Y'all been listening to these dudes, and y'all don't want to listen. He's I2A.
Emotional, damn it.
Anyway.
What has YAP Game been saying this whole time? Some of you African Americans are going to have European paternal haplogroups. Forefathers. Nothing wrong with that.
ELHAIK there is, not I5, IS822. Anyway.
I don't, hold on.
It goes number.
Okay. She may have typed it wrong or something, but I think that may be it. If not, we're gonna let you go.
No, let me answer our kind listener. I'm going to try to answer the question really quickly. I5, that's rare. I'm looking at an ancient DNA database we put together last year right now for you. And here, let me share my screen. It's kind of fun. I think people can see it.
Dang, this is like the 7th ad.
Gotta pay for them DNA tests, bro.
So this is ancient DNA. You see all these people. This is the age. Look, they're all very, very ancient. Here I have the country. Here I have the location. This is the haplogroup. So you said well, hopefully the IS is I5. Unfortunately, not in the data. I'll show you the IS.
Oh yeah, she said maybe I5 or something like that. IS.
Not in the data. Your husband is very modern. I'm very sorry. I2s is I have only I2. I5 is super not in the data, ancient DNA database, and that's the most comprehensive one we have. Give me a second. I'll look at. I just downloaded yesterday an even fresher version of this. Yeah, let me show you guys how we do science.
Shout out to Cheddar Man.
It's already sorted here. I5. Cross your fingers. That's disappointing. Try this one. Come on, I5. No, where's I5 from?
This is to say it.
Dang,
I'm
bro.
not sure.
Yeah, my black.
Let's see here.
The sister made an emphasis and said, "My black husband."
Right. Because she's trying to, she's trying to,
She's probably like,
bring.
I guess she can't put two and two together. Like, oh, because she probably saw something on the internet saying he was European, or 23andMe probably told him.
Yeah, more than likely did. I'm pretty sure he took 23andMe. It said he went back to some European. She's like, wait a minute, how do you go back to a European and you're black?
Exactly.
So I'm going to
That's
ask
why
this geneticist. Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna ask ERAN ELHAik, so he can validate. And then he was like, "Hold on, let's get to the part where because he thinks it's mitochondrial I, but even if you select mitochondrial I, it's going to go back to Europe."
Are you sure it's not the mitochondria? Sorry to ask.
I'm not sure. I was just trying to find one that was kind of different from all the rest. But if we can't find it, eventually we'll.
Let's go with the assumption that I5 is mitochondria and not Y. Okay. Eastern European, Hungary, Sweden, and Germany. We have Viking, we have others. So we're looking at these are the dates. Yeah. So this is as far as the data go from 500 to 1100 modern times. So this is just the I5 in the ancient database. This is assuming you mean the mitochondrial haplogroup, not the Y. There is no Y I5.
Okay.
Okay, so that's where your husband goes. You decide whether to break the news to him or not. I don't know how.
So she gonna break that news to him, and that brother gonna be like.
By the way, if you have anything terribly important to say to Switch, I suggest you say it now.
Oh no, please don't. Not like this. Not like this.
Too late.
Take him out of the matrix.
Not like this. Say it with me, class. The phrase of the day is phenotype is fluid.
He found out. She went back and told him, your stuff going back Eastern Europe.
Emotional, damn it.
Oh man. No, Safiq. He had a downstream marker of a haplogroup that was found. Hold on, y'all. A haplogroup that was found in Poland, which is, I think, a downstream I2A. Right. All right, let's let it play.
Feels about things, but that's as far as my responsibility goes.
So I guess in closing, Dr. ELHAik, I think a lot of people, especially in America, there's this fast growing interest in DNA, and a lot of quote unquote African Americans are looking at their heritage, and there's this conversation about are they Jews, are they not, or are they Israelites, are they not, and some believe that they are, some believe that they're not. So what would be, I guess, in closing, would you say that, I guess, some of the E's, because most of them come back are E1s, do you believe that, or is it based on whatever your understanding is of the subject? Would you feel that some of them are a small percentage, a large percentage? What is your thoughts on that, trace back to maybe the Levant and regions like that?
First, be careful of what you read online. Not everything is correct. Look for people who actively do science, not just talk about it. An African woman emailed me and referred me to this guy talking on Facebook. He had 250,000 people, and he was selling this E1 group. And I said, of course he has 250,000 group. If I would spend as much time to this, I would also have millions. But
you know who he talking about right there? African American guy that was focusing on the E1 B1A, most likely, with 250,000 followers on Facebook. We all know who that is, man.
But I can barely maintain my group on Facebook, yes, some of the E1s something were in the Israeli cohorts. You need to understand we're looking at Canaanites, we're looking at populations who don't care about color, who don't, they care, they may care about gender, but not so much about.
Why y'all didn't snip that part out there, Teo? I know y'all watching. Why you didn't snip the part where it says they didn't care about color? Because this concept of modern racial construct, where you look at people on their color and say you can determine where they come from solely on how they look, did not exist 4, 5, 6, 7, even 2 to 3,000 years ago. So why not make emphasis on this? They glossed over this, man.
Colors, they were all minorities, and they came from different places, looking for work, looking for a good place to herd their sheep, forming communities, and little by little moving on with time as they discovering agriculture, learning how to domesticate their animals and so forth. A lot of fascinating stories. I completely understand African American fascination with the Israelites. I share it just as well. And yes, there is some basis to it, but do your own research. Don't go with people who tell you stories, because at least this one person, I don't even remember his name, did not know what he was talking about.
So ELHAIK, there you have it. ELHAIK makes it clear that Ronald Dalton, the space cadet, does not know what he's talking about.
Emotional, damn it!
Website that we just put is the kind of signs that you want to look for if you want to get credible answers, because again, there are people behind these data and stories, but firstly people, then the stories.
Hey, ELHAIK, I gotta give it to you. You sold the hell out that website throughout this whole. This dude was genius, because throughout the whole interview, he was selling his website, and y'all gonna get on this website. That's pretty much the interview. Y'all gonna get on his website and be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna connect myself to the ancient Israelites. I got a DNA company that said they gonna do it." Boom! You do not share genetic similarity to any individual. You're gonna get slapped with that in the fucking face.
Emotional, damn it!
All right, man. Any last words, comments y'all want to say about this? We pretty much finished the whole interview.
So the Jedi mind trick is crazy, right? So I want y'all to remember that Taya was saying that we were the cult of haplogroup E, because we have the nerve to say that Shem was E, right? And that Israelites would be some kind of subclade thereof, right? Now they're talking about, like in their comment sections to these videos that they're clipping up, talking about that he said we could possibly be Israel based upon, again, the E1 concept, right? And then they're saying that confirms what they're talking about. So somehow we're the cult of E, but yet E is the only way they connect to the Levant based upon this guy's model.
Facts.
We just went through the whole Judah thing. The only people we saw with sub-Saharan African DNA were people with the E1B1, right? So again, fam, like the only connections you didn't even get to see haplogroup L amongst the females. That blew my mind. He didn't even give you them samples. He just, no, we're gonna give it an E1B1, and that's it. So the only way you connect is via E1B1, and the subclades are based upon what they're talking about. So once again, telling them, like, man, flat on your face you fell, fam. Like, it doesn't prove what you're talking about. If anything,
emotional, damn it.
If anything, he just completely proved what we're talking about, fam.
Literally.
Oh man. I bet you when they first got that, they got their 23andMe's and found out they were G2A4 and whatever their mitochondrial DNA is, probably J1C or something like that.
By the way, if you have anything terribly important to say to Switch, I suggest you say it now.
Oh, no, please don't. Not like this. Not like this.
Too late.
The twins was they were sitting in front of their computer screen and passed the hell out. Not like this. Not like this. Oh man.
I
But
bet
you
they'll
got-
be rocking hard with E1B1A so much if they had it. Like I know for a fact they'll be just doing video after video on it if they had E1B1A. But the only reason they had G was the reason why they started talking about why haplogroups are fake science and all that.
Yep, as soon as they
Crazy.
found out they were just too late, it was like not like this. Oh man. Anyway, I know Sean probably over there snoring right now and keeping him up.
Just about. Nah, but it was informative as usual. I'm glad Avery pulled up that Benaya video. He also had a video also where he was championing I'm talking about Teo, where he was championing E1B1A. I think we covered that already. So it's no secret that, depending on who you are, how he stands, or where he stands. So, but yeah, that's it.
You think they're gonna buy the test, Sean?
For what? But well, they might get connected. They might get connected to Israel, on that site anyway. With
Man,
that test.
that shit gonna say none of these people match.
Emotional, damn it.
All right, we out, man. We out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
We out of here, man. Go patronize ERAN ELHAIK. Y'all praise him. Go buy his product, and then show a video of you guys revealing y'all results live, just like I did. You know what I'm saying? The people want to know. All right, we out this piece, man. Shalom.
Shit can get real freaky. About Pippi Long and Dashiki. Where you at in the address, they'll meet you.
Lariano.
We ain't going back and forth and fake beefing. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Shit, nigga. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Like, why you even hanging with them for? Oh, that's your cousin, I put his brains on the floor. They don't never throw no money at the club. All they do is see you and speak me up. Like, what's with all the dick riding, bro? He's a nobody, I sent his ass to the stove. Deep on shit, what you got up on my 40? I like FNs, Dracos, 9s, and little 40s. I sent LJ and MJ outside the garage, give us front row tickets right now before we extort you. Better listen when I speak right now, who getting money? They'll slide up on your block right now, I'm not important. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Shit, nigga. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Fake tough, you must be off a pill, bro. My shooter with me ain't always in kill mode. Thanks to Rami, I'm always in chill mode. Don't think about it, nigga, I'll kill something. Don't make me go up in the go yard steel package. Dating like SpongeBob, I'll kill Patrick. I make niggas give real good captions and double back on the candlelight and get it cracking. Get the slap hoop for $10,000 on my head, niggas capping. Niggas rappers, niggas actors, niggas bitches, niggas faggots. When his body hit the ground, get his jacket. The op lover died too, it was tragic. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I pay for my watch, don't you hang with the cops? It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you'll get slayed with the ops. I'm the reason everybody got K's on the block. What I paid for my watch, thought you hang with the cops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Shit, nigga. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke. Man, we don't do ops. We don't do niggas who hang with them, associate with them. Nigga, we don't go fuck about none of that, nigga. Yeah, we gon' put you in this casket too. Shit, we gon' get this nigga a 6-man casket. Yeah, hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Yeah, hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Yeah, yeah, hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. Hang with the ops, you get slayed with the ops. It's 2021 and niggas still broke.